But then it defeats the whole purpose of having the cast on, doesn't it? And it'll fall right off. Our horses are out to pasture. So some say, oh, you have to cut that open in the back, and others say you see them and they leave it. They just go right around. So I don't know. I kind of trust our people here better, you know.
Denise has the best video I've seen to date.
Marsha, you want to use the elastic band and then it gets hard as a cast, or you want to use shoes? So like
the wrapping, the cast, yeah, the one that you wet.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I guess Denise is more familiar with that. I'm not familiar with that, but I approved the recovery boots from Equine Infusion, and with DIM and cast with elastic band and then put a shoe on it. That works very well for me, but I don't have experience with the cast who gets hard.
Will your shoe and your boot stay on on turnout?
Yeah, I have them on gravel and on mud, and I have them in the winter time. So on Dodo's feet, they were 24/7 on him. So wow. I guess he loosed him 1 or 2 times maximum in about 4 or 5 months.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, they are very good. So the recovery boots from Equine Infusion, that's very good. These are very good shoes. I'm lost in translation again.
So you put a shoe on and then you put a boot over that?
Yeah, no, I put the DIM on, and then I do elastic bandage on it. All around the hoof. Yeah, I wrap the hoof with it and then put a sock on it to make sure that the skin is not get hurt, and then put the hoof shoe on, the recovery hoof shoe.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Well,
do you have a video of that, or is that just something?
No, not either, because nobody wants to film me.
Oh, gee, that's too bad. I'd like to see that.
But yeah, I can try to do a video on Saturday maybe.
Sure.
There are a few people because I get a new horse in my barn, and then I can ask if we can do a video.
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you.
That'd be wonderful.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Oh, I was reading something here while you guys were talking. Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, let's see. What should we do today? Does anybody have any ideas? I know I'm supposed to be the leader here, but
I actually would like to hear you talking about soaking and keeping the hoof wet, and whether or not that you think can be overdone or done too quickly, relieving the periopal skin.
Okay.
I have also an idea if you want to.
Okay.
So that's a good theme, but I have I seen a hoof. Yeah, that's very pressed in the quarters and in the bulbs. I send you a picture, and I pull the irons down from that hoof and just let the hoof relax. And after 1 week, there's a huge difference. I send you a picture, but the first team is also very good. I'm also interested in it. So
when did you send a picture?
No, I send it right now. I will send it yet now.
And Linda.
Whoever was talking there has to talk again because you're really cutting out.
Me, Jackie.
Oh, okay.
Linda,
yeah.
I'm wondering, for another idea, how do you grow the heels?
How do you grow them? Well,
yeah.
Okay, let's put that on the list. All right. Okay. So first we're going to talk about moisture. Then let's see here. Then we're going to look at that was you, Simone, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay,
The moisture was not me. I guess this was Denise.
that was
The moisture was me. I'm Antoinette.
Oh,
Antoinette.
Antoinette,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
okay,
I was the one
okay.
who sent you.
Hey, may I say something?
Sure.
Okay, with me, when I get to trimming my horse's hooves or donkey's hooves, I soak the hooves about for 3 days, sometimes twice a day, sometimes once a day, and I get them really soft enough that I can trim them easier, and then everything's okay. But if I don't soak them for 3 days or 2 days before I start trimming them, then they're super hard and I can't trim them.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Well, let's
Could we-
talk about, oh, go ahead.
Could we talk about bringing toes back and how do we bring them back? And how do we know when it's safe to bring them back, et cetera?
Okay, let's put that on the list. So far, we're at about 6 o'clock. Oh my goodness sakes. I am just so overwhelmed. You just don't even know. But anyway, okay, let's just talk about moisture first, since that's the first thing that came up. Okay, so I always call rainy weather hoof corrective trimming weather, because that's when the feet can expand. Now I'll tell you an experience. Now my what catch-22 the rub challenge has been my pony, and that's one reason why I have never felt that what I know is complete, because until I understand exactly what happened to that pony's feet. I did it through barefoot trimming by that caused her eventually to have mechanical laminitis. All right. And I mean, that pony, she's been through every foot form you can imagine. I never felt like I could say I was successful unless I could fix that pony. Now, she has never, ever, during the whole time, okay, has never laid down. You know, horse, I have a video on YouTube called The Tragedy of Laminitis. It's one of the first videos in the first group of videos I made, where I met this woman, and this horse, oh my goodness sakes, this horse had pressure sores all over her. When she would stand up, her back legs were way, way under her. Her front legs were way, way forward. And she would just shake and sweat, you know. And I convinced that woman that she needed to put that horse down, because she had nowhere to, first of all, keep it out of the weather. Like, she didn't have a good stall or anything like that. They lived on a farm, but they didn't have any kind of barn thing or anything. And let me find that video just a second here. Let me go to YouTube. So I can just kind of put a picture on there. Just a second here. Then we'll do a screen share, so you're not just, while I'm telling the story, you're not just looking at blanks. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So I have there's 5 parts to this. Just a minute here. Okay. Okay, share screen. Okay, so this was 14 years ago. Got it. Okay. So this mare, you can see her, how she was laying down. Okay, this mare was trimmed into this. Her heels were trimmed out. I know exactly what happened to this horse now. Her foot was just trimmed out of her and she's just walking out of her capsule. See, and she walked out of it a little bit numerous times to where the sole had separated from the bottom of the sole corium, and she actually had double soles, and she had like triple bars, because you see, when the foot separates from the capsule internally, then what happens? A new capsule is growing underneath there. The old capsule's still on, but new parts are growing underneath. So if the sole and the bars separate, then what's growing under that? Another set of sole and bars. See, when I was down at the vets in Veneta, he had a pony's foot. People have seen it before, where it was cut in half, where you could see that thing started growing a new foot like 4 times. And so that's what was happening to this horse. And let's go here. Now this is where this is where I was able to get her hooves, and I was dissecting them. But you see this right here? Okay, that's not even where the toe was. The toe was actually clear back here. Let me stop this here in a second. Okay, so rightfully, the toe of the coffin bone or corium should be right here. In reality, it was clear back here. And when I cleaned them, you would take in the back, the periopal above the bulbs was split out, and I would take a hose, because I didn't know how to do dissections then, and or take hoof capsules off. And actually, I didn't really take these hoof capsules off for several years. They sat in a freezer. And so we'd squirt water in the back, because the bulb skin was loose, and it'd come out here. So see, it was totally disconnected. Now at this time also, I did not know the horse had a foot in there, like what we teach now, that the horse has a foot, a whole foot covered with skin that grows this shoe. They're called a capsule, hoof for short. See, and this is interesting. They call it a hoof, but it's really a hoof capsule. Okay, so in veterinary and all that, when they're talking about the hoof, they mean the hoof capsule. Okay, but they basically teach it's just parts in there. They do not see the corium as skin, like as a skin covering the foot that is 1/3 bone and 2/3 soft cartilage and fat in the back, and then covered with a nice covering of skin that grows its own shoe. And so anyway, this mare, she had pressure sores all over. Let me see if hair. Okay, she had pressure sores all on her legs. Here, she'd been laying down for a long time. Now, when you look at that foot, now I can look at it, and I know how bad it is and how small the hoof capsule is compared to the size of the foot. See, the size of the capsule was reduced so much that she was constantly pulling and walking out of the capsule. And of course, the front feet were way worse than the back feet. Yeah, she had pressure sores. Now, my pony never ever was like that. She never ever laid down all the time. You know, when they start laying down all the time is when you got real problems. You know, I mean, you got real problems anyway. But when they lay down so much, they develop pressure sores and stuff like that. That's a bad deal. So I understand the different. Oh, go ahead.
Linda, before I started trimming Red Star's hooves again, he was just laying down constantly, just laying down and laying down
Yeah.
and laying down. And then when I finally got the front hooves done, still have to do the back hooves. Now he's up most of the time.
Okay, well, that's good. You know,
Mhm.
and I can see why he's laying down because I've seen the pictures of his feet, you know, and so his hoof capsules are too small. You know, if your shoes were too small and you had to stand on your feet all the time, you'd lay down too, right? You know, you'd want to sit down anyway.
If
Okay.
you want to show your class the hooves of Red Stars, go ahead.
Okay, I might hear in a bit, dear, okay? Because what we're dealing with here is that these trims reduce the size of the hoof capsule. And this guy, this wasn't even a farrier that did barefoot trimming or nothing like that. I'll bet you all he did was take the heels back to the base of the frog on a continual basis. That's all you have to do to create a situation like this, because it gradually reduces the size of that hoof capsule to where then the horse's foot, they'll walk right out of the capsule. In fact, in the last couple of years, I've seen several horses that have walked right out of their hoof capsule on the internet. And they take pictures of them. You got a live horse standing there with bloody foot and the guy holding the capsule. See how bizarre that is? And that is from constantly taking these heels back. Okay, so I'm trying to remember if that was in the spring and it was wet. It very well could have been. Okay, so if you had a foot like this, to where it was, she had a lot bigger foot, and you see this part right here, this is supposed to be clear up behind the foot, not pulled clear down underneath. So this is always going to want to pull up. All right. And so anyway, in a case like this, well, in a case like this, I don't even know kind of what you do here. I mean, because like her whole hoof capsule was coming off. But I was talking to somebody the other day, I think it was Denise, who was saying with cows, and this is not what we want to do, right? With cows, they'll block one side of their foot and they'll remove the hoof capsule off the other side and grow a whole new one. How about that? You know, maybe someday we'll know more about that when these capsules come off like this and grow them back. There's been horses that have grown them back. Okay, so, but the point I'm trying to get to is that I've never yet, I've come close here last year, been able to restore and unbind my pony's feet. And then because I did not support them for a couple of days, just a couple of days, all right, they reverted back. Because see, what you have to do is you have to get the heels to decontract and the cartilage to extend, and then you have to grow the frog, and the frog stay in there to stabilize the foot. And so she didn't have that yet. And so when I did not support the foot up where it wanted to be, then the leverage forces of the tendon in the leg pulled the heels right around under her foot again and contracted her bulbs. Now, the only way that I have been able to now decontract her feet, which I'll show you a picture again. Okay, so the object here is to decontract the whole back of the foot and then grow the hoof capsule in and establish the frog so it will hold it all together. See, because Bracy Clark called this thing right here the bolt. See, as well, he named it the frog stay, but he called it the bolt because that thing, this right here, is supposed to be up, way deep, up behind the foot. This whole thing here, this part of the frog here is supposed to be at the base, and this whole part is up, is not supposed to be horizontal. It's supposed to be vertical, up behind the foot. You know, just like you can press your nose down, you know, onto your lip there, but that's not where it's supposed to be, but it'll move there, won't it? Or you can press it over the side to the side of your face and see what it does anatomically to your face, to your nostril, to your lip, how that messes up just your, that's your nose. Okay, and I'm just right now, I'm pushing it over the side of my face. Okay, in fact, that's a good experiment. Want everybody to take their finger, and I just want you to press gently your nose straight over to the side of your face, and I just want you to hold it there for like a minute. And as I'm talking here, I want you to start noticing, now we're doing it gently, and that's just our nose. I want you to start noticing some of the things that start screwing up in your face in regards to your anatomy. Like right now, I'm finding it hard to talk. All right. I can't breathe out of one nostril. It's, my nose is not liking to be over there. Okay, well, I'm going to let go of mine. So now I want you to imagine now the horse's foot. Okay, the part that's supposed to be back up here, okay, is pulled underneath and he's stomping on it. Okay, now, so magnify that 1,000,000 times on your nose, you know, or your ear, or some other part of your body that is shoved into a position where it's not supposed to be. See? So that's what you have going on here. So ultimately, what I have found is that by doing a controlled release, you know, you don't want to just take every bit of periopal off at once. You know, a lot of times you're going to have to grow in some more hoof capsule, doing a controlled release and getting moisture to the feet. You can, you know, it depends on your situation. You know, I have boots on her pretty much 24/7 because as soon as I take them off, her feet dry up and contract because this frog is not in the right spot. You know, even when she has her false heels, which elevate her foot, her feet will dry out and these heels will contract. So she has little socks on with moisturizer all the time. Now that may not, you know, and she's got like her little duct tape booties and stuff like that. Now, this is, I'll show you what that does. Now, she had those on also when I didn't support the foot, okay? And like the heels, those little heels just contracted like crazy. Also because of the moisture, because I didn't have any support for that foot. So I've seen it both ways. So I'm going to show you a picture of how these feet can expand with the moisture. And, you know, whether you're soaking, whether you're using boots, you know, now me, I personally have not used casts that much, you know, and you will see by what I show you that I don't think casts are going to work for my situation because the whole capsule needs to expand. So just a minute, let me find you this picture. But anyway, long story short is I'm just right at the precipice, the edge of getting this all figured out. Okay. in understanding how to decontract these feet, at least in the pony. And I know if the principals can work in her, because, you know, that they will work in any horse. Let's see. Let me find the pictures here. Hold on. So, Annette, is Annette there? I guess not.
I think you mean Antoinette.
Oh, Antoinette. God, I'm such a ditz.
Yes, I'm here.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
See,
I've
I'm
been
scared
called
to-
far worse things than Annette.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not
See-
a problem.
See, I have name phobia. That's all I can, you know, I'm afraid to say people's names because I'm afraid I'm going to get it wrong.
Oh, no, don't do that with me. I used to be a school teacher.
Oh, oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
calling roll on the first day was always a lot of fun.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
But at any rate,
Here.
I have this technology thing because I was trying to find the unmute button when you were asking for Annette and I couldn't find it.
Oh, okay. There you go.
We all have our problems.
You need to know a
Okay.
good IT guy.
Okay. So I'm going to show you the first try.
Okay.
Now, what I want you to know is that both feet were the same. Okay. And that the foot you see on the left was supported all the time by DIM.
New share.
Up. Oh, yeah. Okay. Supported all the time by DIM. Okay. So you see that? How that looks back there? Okay. So she had DIM supporting her foot. This is what her foot looked like before. This happened in a very short period of time, but then I didn't support the foot for a couple of days and it decontracted into something similar to that, which I will show you.
What's a short period of time?
Oh, like a few weeks to a month.
Okay, because like last week you showed the difference between the heel bulbs from, you know, just a month, and I was awed at that. That's why I asked to discuss.
Yeah, just a really short period of time.
Okay.
So let me.
And was that daily moisture?
Yeah, it was constantly having. What I would do is I put a sock on, then I take a Ziploc bag, and I put over that, and I secure that with duct tape, and then I pour it full of. I've got this skin and hoof paste of DF Crosley's. Okay, and I dilute it, and then I just pretty much saturate the foot. Then I put another sock over that, which I secure with duct tape around the pastern as well. And then if I have a regular boot, okay, but I've also made the DIM material, and I do that first, and then I can't remember how I did this last one, where I put that. Well, I put it in the boot. Then I just put the foot in there, even though it's got, you know, a sock and a bag on it and stuff like that. It still supports the foot up where it's supposed to in the basic shape. So then I'll show you pictures of it. Okay. Just a minute here. So I'm going to show you. So I was bummed. Let's see here. This was in September. I'll show you this. Okay. Screen share. Okay. See now she doesn't really have much heel. Okay, because I'm growing heel in. But her foot widened out. Now I'll show you. You saw what it looked like, you know. I'll show you a picture here. new share. This just gives you an example, okay, of what it was like. Okay, so the goal is to restore the caudal foot and frog, decontract the heels, and unrotate the coffin bone. Because the whole reason the coffin bone rotates is because all this anatomy is pushed up into the coffin joint. Okay, so anyway, this is what moisture can do. See, now I'm a consistent trimmer, so I put the same distortion equally on both feet. So her foot looked just like this. So I did this foot first, okay, to see if what I was thinking would work, which it did. But then when I didn't support the foot for a couple of days, it just went right back. Okay, so let me show you. And so then I didn't understand why it went back though. Now I do understand why it went back, because I took that support away. Okay. And so this is also why they contract, because they're taking the support away from the back of the foot in trimming down the heels. And because the foot wants to stand up, okay, it wants to stand up. Structurally, it's made to stand up. It's made to be at a certain level. And so it's just going to pull up anyway, just like your nose. You press it. Oh, you can let go now. Anybody still holding their nose? No, probably not, huh? Okay, so your nose, when you're pushing it over to the side of your face, it's pushing back, is it not? Okay, so it wants to return to where it's supposed to be. Well, these feet want to be, are built to be, and supposed to be in a certain location, the back of that foot. And so just because, somebody comes in there and chops the heel off because they got some sort of ideal they're looking for, well, guess what? Foot says, no, I want to be up. Now, some feet can be forced and so trimmed out and held down by periopal if they're in a dry climate. Okay, it doesn't work too well in a wet climate. And so that foot will pull back up anyway. And as it does so, it wraps the sidewall in front of the heel you cut out underneath it, and it contracts and curls the heels in. So that's, that's what happens. So, just a minute here. Let me.
Linda, I can't tell from your pictures. Were you trimming periopal during these trims?
Yeah, I was trimming everything. Frog, periopal, the whole back of the foot in this case. Now, in a big horse that you're not ready to boot and support fully and stuff like that. See, I'm doing this on a pony on a much smaller scale, so I haven't done this on a big horse yet. Here's another example.
But my pony, and it looks like this pony too, has far more periopal than what I commonly see on horses.
Yes.
I mean, it's thicker, it's deeper, it's tougher, it's everything. And I'm just wondering whether releasing that is a good idea or a bad idea.
Well, see, I can show you big horses it's on too, horses with foundered feet. See, your horse has a foundered foot. Your pony is foundered.
Yeah.
Or laminitis, rotated, the whole shebang. Okay, and the whole reason is because the back of this foot, let me give you a new share. It's because the back of this foot has been pulled down. See, it's supposed to be, this is her true foot right here. Okay, this is her true foot. Now, this is the separation between her bulbs here. What I was showing you on this other, just a minute. Let's go back to this other deal here. See, it's all about anatomy, just a minute. Okay. This stupid thing, just a second. It's not showing me. Hold on. Hold on. Why it's not showing that? Just a second here. Hold on. I'm lost. Just a second. Ah. It's not letting me get in here. Just a second. This stupid thing. This, maybe I can find it. Hold on. It's not letting me. Oh, there it is. Okay, couldn't find the Zoom thing. Okay, so I got to do a new share. Usually it says, oh, okay, there we go. Okay, so we're going back here. Now, remember how I told you, just a minute, let me back up. Okay, remember how I told you that this part is under the foot and it's supposed to be up behind it? See this little point here?
Yes.
That is actually the cleft between the bulbs. Okay, that is what that is. Let me see, I had it in a little better. Okay, there you can see it a little better. See it right there?
Yes.
Okay, people think that's a central sulcus. Okay, not really. This is up between the bulbs behind the foot. That is, I'm going to show you this just a second. Okay. New share. That is this area here. You see that? Let's turn it over.
That makes sense.
You see that? This is up behind the foot. It's not, this has been pulled and all these horses clear down under here. That's why a lot of times you'll see kind of a weird hole as a central sulcus and not really a central sulcus. Say it's not supposed to be under the foot. It's up behind the foot. Just a minute. See there? See how that is behind the foot? And the periopal skin is behind, up, vertical, not on the bottom of the foot, horizontal, but this is all soft cartilage and fat, just like your nose. And so when the heels are incorrectly trimmed, it just pulls all this down and under. So let's go back to here. We share. Well, I'll close that out and then maybe it'll let me share that other one. Okay. See, it keeps the stupid thing. Just a minute. Oh, there it is. Okay. So again, look at that. Pulled clear down here under the foot. See, well, there's all this other anatomy in front of that, isn't there? It doesn't just disappear. Where'd it go? It got shoved in and compressed in here and up into the coffin joint, which made it rotate on the bone and made the toe tip and start moving backwards like that. And so the foot is bent. And so then what happens too is sometimes the periopal won't hold it, and it will literally rip out of the back of here. And that's where you find the 2 sets of sole and the 2 sets of bars, and 2 frogs growing, because it came loose from one set, and then it's is still stuck on there, so it starts growing another set. See? So anyway, so let's go back now to this other picture. See, understanding what you're looking at. Let's see, new share. Okay, this was in September, last September. And I thought I had really come far, because this is what I had, which we know that ain't right. And this will create a constant laminar wedge. And if you don't have a laminar wedge and the wall is growing straight down, you'll have a foot shaped like a can, and they won't be able to stand up. They knuckle over. And so yeah, she's got a big laminar wedge. And so we know that this is supposed to be straight across. See? Now here, this is that area between the bulbs. See the point? The triangular shape? That's what, let's see. Just a minute. I want to get rid of, I don't want to get rid of that. Wait a minute. Okay, so anyway, I'd have to go find the pictures of where the whole thing contracted again, because see, without the heels grown fully in and the frog fully established here, up between here, then the foot is prone to go back where it was. So it's not stabilized. And so it was moisture that did all of this. And knowing what to trim off so that the foot can move. That is big key in this too. And that is why you absolutely have to have support. But I don't just have frog support. My DIM goes around the whole back of the foot, including the heel and everything. Like it surrounds the whole foot. I gotta just a minute here. New share. So I started again a month ago. At first I was at a dilemma. What do I do? It was so frustrating and I felt so bad. And so then I learned that stuff about how these feet distort, how that foot, hey, it wants to be where it wants to be. Okay. And so if you don't put it there, it's going to tear stuff up. See, it's going to destroy something. It's going to tear stuff up. If that foot ain't where this is what her foot is supposed to look like right here. Okay. But, with more heel and a good, firm, established frog and stuff like that. But you see how wide it is and how the periopal and pretty much straight across here. Let's see here. Okay. I'm lost. You get lost in let's do a new share. Okay, let's just go here for a second while I find the picture I need. Okay, so from just let's see. We're looking for April. Just a second. Okay, well, Oh, no, I'm looking for June. Duh. Okay. G-H-I-J, Jackie June, where are you? Jackie July, L-M-N, Jackie June. Okay. Okay. So see, this is where it contracted again. What you see here?
New share.
New
Oh,
share.
new share. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, so it contracted again like this. And then, so I started the same process over again. And then, well, this was 5/8/23, May 8th. This is June 13th. See, and this is the 18th. So about a week later. And I see some good things here, and I was wondering though why this side kind of seemed to get pushed in. And when I was looking at my DIM, I realized it was too thick, and so I took a grinder and I reshaped it. And I learned something else. Now DIM costs a lot of money, and you got to make a lot of moldings of your foot of this. So what I'm doing right now is I'm taking the original mold, and what I do is I just take and revamp it. Like I took a little bit of DIM and made a mold that went on top of the old mold that would fit the foot better. So I can still use the thickness of the DIM, but have it form fitted to the bottom of the foot and not have to use, half a cup of that stuff each time. So I'll show you what I'm using here. And then here I go. Just a minute. Hold on. Gotta find the right deal here. Okay, just a second. Okay, so here's what I did. Well, I'm going to show you the what I have that I put in a boot. Now I put this in a boot. I have a boot for this. So I'll show you just a second here. Well, that's a different foot. Well, okay, I'm doing a back foot. So I've done a front foot, the one you just saw,
New share.
and that worked. Oh, okay, I will here in a second. I've done a front foot, that's the one you just saw. And now I've decided to do a back foot, okay, that is very contracted. I'll show you how contracted it is. And here's the thing. A lot of times you'll see these feet, and what you'll see here is it'll be full of frog and periopal. And people don't know that is what's going on. But see, I know how to trim all that out. So new share.
Linda, I dug so much frog out of my little pony girl's feet this weekend. It was sort of scary. I was surprised. There was so much in there.
Yes, you don't even know it's there. I know.
But I pulled the cast, and so it was all still moist and everything. And I'm like, oh my God, it's sort of just like falling off. And I was,
yeah.
It's scary to me. It's like, are you going to stop?
Yeah.
What's going to be left when I get done pulling this off of here?
Well, yeah. See, and I have pictures of where when I first started figuring out this was going on, I found old, dead, petrified frog under the sole even. You know,
I don't doubt that, because the more I watch these things unwind, it makes sense to me what I'm seeing on the bottom of the foot.
yeah,
The curving bars, because everything is so forced up in there, it's got to come out somewhere, right?
yeah, yeah. And it bends that frog right up
Yeah.
into the foot, you know. So here's a back foot. Okay, I've never known what to do with these back feet. Now, a lot of times what you'll see is they'll be very steep, and this is all filled with periopalin frog right in here. You don't even know. And then the sole will also be filled up here, and you don't even know that all this is in there. So see how contracted they are? And of course, you know, I got an aversion to lowering heels. So unsure what to do there. So this is kind of where her back foot is at. Let me see here. Okay, now that's the front foot that we're working on. And of course, I do grooving on these kind of feet because this area up here gets so jammed up. And what I have found is if I put a groove here, that allows this wall to relax down. So
I'd been wondering what that was. I didn't, it didn't look like a normal, like laminitic, what do they call them? Ridge.
yeah, see, you can see how much her cartilages are pulled down. And she's had these little sock boots on, so it's soft. But just a minute here, I gotta find this other, wait a second. Okay, so here's the DIM. Well, now I'm lost. Oh, there you are. New share. This is the DIM I made for that foot that's going into a boot. And see, I did the heels and everything. And I trimmed the heels down pretty low. And then I made it this thick. See there? So that her foot is still supported in the same place. The foot wants to be up there. Okay. Let me show you the hairline at the side of that foot. Just a second here. So you can't take heels down and not replace exactly what you took away as far as elevation. But I'm not using cast because I want that. Obviously I want the foot to expand and widen out. So I'm using this and socks and a boot. So let's see. I can find this. Just a second here. I want to show you a side view. I mean, it looks terrible. Okay, just a minute. New share. Oops, wrong one. Okay, so she hasn't been trimmed for a while, so it is long. Okay, it's been maybe 3 weeks since I've trimmed some of the length off. But you see, and I just took the boot off. Okay, so you see where the foot wants to be. The foot wants to be up here. It does not want to be down here. See, they want to come in there and take the heel off there, and then do a weird rasping back of the toe. Well, this is where the foot wants to be. This is what has kept it from wanting to rotate time and time and time again, is keeping the elevation of the hairline up here. But the foot is extremely bound. Say very bound, but her foot wants to be up here, not down here, because that's the anatomy. You take this hoof capsule off, which We're not going to do that. But if you took the hoof capsule off and this all straightened out, this coronary band wants to be up here. It does not want to be pulled down here. All this anatomy that's shoved up under there wants to be out here. See, and this is something I just understood in the last few months. Thanks to this gal here. Let me get you this other picture, because we always got to go back to this deal. Let's see. Why is that doing that? Just a second. Let me get this picture up here. Oh, you know, soft cartilage and fat. Again, it goes back to your nose. The back of this foot is as movable as your nose. Okay. So it needs something to really support it, you know, in the correct space. It cannot go without the hoof capsule and be supported and be solid. And that hoof capsule has to be in a specific formation. Let's see, let me get this. And of course, we can look at these cartilage pictures again too. Just a minute.
Linda, I'd just like to ask you your reasoning for leaving so much periopal. Is it to keep the foot in the capsule?
Well, in this case, I didn't want the foot to rotate again. You know, I've had that happen too, where you remove periopal and the foot just rotates because it's not stabilized. And so, you know, I'm just at a place at this point. See, I worked on the front feet, but I've just kind of like left the back feet. I've trimmed the frog, I've trimmed the periopal, considering what grows there, but I have not really attempted to fix the back feet. You know, if I can't do good on the front feet, what point would it be to do all her feet in that way? If she's actually walking decent, regardless of how it looks, and she's comfortable, why do I want to upset that apple cart? See, I don't want to upset that apple cart, because these horses like this, there's just this real balancing line for them. You know, if someone were to come in and just cut her heels out again, which is what they do, it'd probably be all she wrote. It'd be one time too many, you see. So, okay, so going to here to remind you all how how this happens. Okay, I thank this gal whose name I can't recall right this minute. Are you here? She's probably not here. Anyway, so she was a new member. She totally cut the heels out of the horse, misunderstanding what we were doing. All right, I was mortified. And so all I could think of was tendon damage and everything like that. And this, guess what? This is a adopted wild horse. Okay, so he has feet like Chester, you know, the tacked model horse. And so this is within 2 days. The horse has heel. And within 3 or 4 days, he's got even more. See there? How did that happen? Well, this foot that you see down here, it wants to be up here, right here. And so it's like your nose. You're shoving it over to the side of your face, but it's pushing back and it wants to be where it wants to be. Okay. And to leave it there, what's going to happen? You're going to suffer some consequences anatomically in a number of different ways. So that foot is pulling up the whole time. I want you to think of I don't know, maybe somebody can come up with an example of what I'm trying to say. Even though it's pulled down here, it wants to be up here, and all the forces in it are pulling up all those tendons. You know, has anybody seen that video on YouTube where they have that cadaver leg and they have it under stress and then they cut the tendon? You know, the amazing amount of pull of this deep digital flexor tendon pulling from here up is amazing. And so this foot wants to be up here. So guess what? It's going up there one way or another. Now, in this case, okay, the foot pulled up and it took this wall right here and it just curled it around under it and it became a heel. So now we know where our false heels come from. You know, we knew we had false heels, but now we know how they're developed. See? And of course, a day or two later, even more. Now, look how straight the cartilage is. That's how the cartilage is supposed to be. And now look at it. It's rounded. Okay, not only that, but it's also puffing here. Why is that? Because you've now taken a foot that is a specific size and you have crammed it into a smaller capsule. Okay, so the circumference is getting smaller too. And not only that, but because you jammed all this anatomy up in there, look what happened to the dorsal wall. Can somebody tell me what they're seeing there? Can you see the difference between this and that?
Definitely curved.
It's bullnose.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. See? So, I mean, this is like a normal curvature because the coffin bone is slightly curved. Okay. And so then the curve is taken out of it a little bit. All this is being shoved up into there, and by the time all is said and done, it's just shoved. Look at how it shoved that whole capsule out of whack. But look, he made himself some heels. Now, what else do you see? Look at the pastern. What happens to the pastern as this process takes place?
Looks like it dropped.
Yeah. Well, and look, this would be a better angle than what you got here, huh? You know, that foot's going to be where that foot's going to be because that's where it's supposed to be, because this is supposed to be at a certain angle and that is supposed to be at a certain angle. And so everything in that leg is pulling this foot up. Okay, so it's, and knowing this, that I have an inkling now of what we need to do to fix some of these horses. See, because if you don't know why or how it's happening, see, this is all about what we're learning here and what we are collectively gathering as data, evidence, okay, is how these feet work. How do they get distorted? See, I never would have learned this without her messing up like we all have, and taking off the heels and then taking pictures. You see, this is invaluable, this information. You know, see, pictures, you know, all we're doing here is collecting data and pictures and looking at it and studying it and seeing patterns, you know, patterns and how feet get deformed and distressed and stuff like that. But I don't think this horse had much moisture, but he's got his own internal moisture. See, and once the heel was totally trimmed out, then there was less wall here, and so it was more easily pulled around. You know, we know there's a lot of moisture in the feet because as soon as you cut off you know, a section it curls around, right? So anyway, all right, so you know, let's take a quick meander here at some anatomy, because really get an idea of this hoof capsule, why you have to have moisture, how you have to kind of be able to read. You don't want to take off so much periopal if your foot is super bound and you have a super small capsule that the foot just releases out into the air, you know. Just a minute here. New share. Okay. So let's just okay, remember that little triangle, right? Well, here it is. See how it's up behind the foot, not underneath it? Okay, so on that horse that had the laminitis that had to be put down, okay, this was clear under her foot. All right. Here you can really see it. Now what I did here, now this, the front feet on this horse were totally foundered, and the reason the back feet escaped because it had a thick frog, and so the barefoot trimmer didn't totally take down the heels. So, but still, it was still a little pulled down. Ideally, this periopal skin should have been connected up here, because when you take the hoof capsule off and the foot returns, pulls back up, even in death, pulls back up to where it wants to be. And so I just simulated where it should be over here. See? So it was a little pulled down. There's that triangle. So think about the moisture. You know, this periopal dries into a belt, and the smaller the hoof capsule, the thicker the belt, because it's meant to be a certain thickness and a certain size. And so when you are reducing the size of the hoof capsule and it's getting compressed more together, it starts to get thicker and thicker and thicker. It can get really thick. It can cover the whole hoof capsule. Okay, so see, you know, moisture is key and stuff, and getting this to all loosen up. You know, I can't tell you in general. I mean, I think someday we'll have more specific, you know, pictures, and if your horse's foot looks like this, then do this and stuff like that. But all I can do is, in a lot of cases, give you the general principles. You know, general principle. If your horse has a teeny tiny hoof capsule and his foot is all bound in there, you might not want to cut all the periopal off, super thin everything down, and then with nothing to grow into, unless, well, like with my pony, I supported everything, and you know, I had something for her there, and so it didn't come out quite like Dodo's. But I'm wondering too that if in the future we can do something similar to what I'm doing with her with bigger horse, you know, in the right conditions. Okay, because it was really difficult for Simone to back that hoof capsule up into that foot, wasn't it, Simone?
Yeah, it was quite difficult and sometimes horrifying.
Yeah.
But we made it.
You know, so, you know, this is what you're dealing with, that cartilage, which should be extended more like that. And instead, this is what happens. See, all these things in the last year. Now, this I learned also since my first, that excursion last September, to where I got my pony's feet to expand beautifully. but then they contract it up again. Well, I did this dissection after that. So I started learning this here, you know, because I'd never quite done it like this before. And I always thought of the cartilage being pulled down. And yeah, we know that the foot gets spun in, but this taught me how it happens because this cartilage is rounded and cupped. And so, yeah, it will pull down, but because it is rounded, it naturally, because of the physical laws of all of this, structural laws, structural mechanics, structural engineering laws, okay, because of this, it naturally wants to curl in. Well, here's your heel. This is where your heel buttress is, right here. So see how it wants to just curl in like that? The more you pull it down, all right, the more it wants to curl in. And of course, if you don't have a very good frog to begin with, it can really, really contract the heels, you know, or it can also go wide. It can do a couple of different things, but this is generally how it behaves. So it can go from there, from here to there. That's how much, this is how much the foot can be reduced in size. Now imagine what that does when you take all this and you just cram it into the little tiny hoof capsule. See, you see how it's rounded naturally. Okay. There you go. So these are all things we learn over time. There's what we should have. That's what this horse should have right here. You know, and may have been close to that before she cut those heels off. But you see how he made heels right there. So you take all this stuff together, trying to figure it out, and I'm taking that now, and I'm going to apply it to this back foot is what I'm going to do. Since I'm having luck and I understand what's going on with the front feet, I am going to apply it to the back feet because I've never worked on the back feet. Why I just let them kind of be and kept them kind of trimmed up. And now I've never booted them until the last month. Because frankly, I just didn't know what to do with them. Okay. See, I don't have all the answers. You know, who am I? I'm a nobody. You know, I'm just a person that had a horse that learned a barefoot trim, that just wanted good feet on my horse. That's all I wanted. I don't want to be here. You know, I didn't want any of this. But the one thing about me is I hate a lie. All right. I hate a lie. I smell a lie like you smell a pack rat, you know, and when things don't add up, see, when things don't add up, when there's contradiction, I know there's error. And an error is always a lie. It can be intentional, it can be accidental, it can be unintentional, people drawing false conclusions, things like that. We have to know the truth about everything. All right, the truth. You got to have a love of the truth in your life. Okay, that's what keeps you safe and out of danger. You know, and so my horses, you know, well, the first one I trimmed into mechanical laminitis was Valor, doing the trimming from the top trim. And then I trimmed this pony into mechanical laminitis using the principles of the 1/3, 2/3 natural balance of the equine foot. That does not work. All right. I used, they said, well, okay, 2/3 behind the apex of the frog, 1/3 in front, basically. And I used that, and that's what happened to this pony. Oh, and combined with Cheryl Henderson's idea of trimming. What really got it going bad was when then I picked up on Cheryl Henderson's Strasser deal on trimming heels of trimming to the periopal flap. Because what happens is as you trim the periopal, or as you trim the heel down, well, then the horse is walking on the flap and the horse's foot wants to be up. And so the horse's foot stretches up and then it leaves a periopal flap and it makes you think your heel has grown. And so you come in and you trim down that heel again, back to the base of the frog or down to the periopal flap, because it always works out kind of the same way. And then, of course, you've pulled that foot down again. Foot don't want to be down. Foot pulls up. And a lot of times it'll pull this wall around underneath it. And so the periopal will come loose and it'll look like you had heel growing. And you come out and you go, wow, her heels sure grow fast. So you trim them down again. And you go through this process over and over and over. And so the hoof capsule is getting smaller and smaller. And you don't realize it. And the next thing you know, this foot is so compressed and so tight in that little capsule, it just bursts out and you got laminitis. Rotation, the works. And what is it really? All laminitis is a foot coming out of the capsule. That's really all it is. That's what rotation is to the biggest degree, where the back of the foot just can't be contained anymore and it just comes out. So let's see here. Okay, so anyway, so next week, or either next week or the next week, we will have the big reveal on the back foot of this pony. Okay, because like I said, I haven't done this before. So on the back feet, I've got the front foot going in a good direction. And here's the thing. Let me go to these pony feet. Just a second. Let me find them here. Pictures, Nikon. Okay, I'm going to show you what I started with. Just a second. Okay, so giving away all my secrets here. Let's see. Okay, so here's what we started with. Okay. And I'm going to show you what I trimmed down to. Oh, that's the front foot. And she was booted and she was comfortable. She outwalked me. In fact, she'll try and get ahead of me to lead me so I don't lead her so she can eat the grass. Okay, so that's that foot. Now let me go to the final, what I finally decided to trim off. Okay, I'll show you because, you know, to get me to trim down a heel is like pulling teeth, right? I hate that. Oh, got a fly after me here. Go away. Okay.
I had that same question in my mind this weekend.
About trimming the heel down?
Yeah, I was not sure, but I just, you know, pretty much like took it to where it blended in with the toe level or whatever, because I didn't want to take any sole out of the toe because I was just afraid to.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't either, because you don't want that to give way. Well,
see, and that's why I decided to put casts on again, because you know that she was comfortable in the cast, right? And she's more comfortable in the cast now with the dim. She's laying down far less, you know. I mean, she doesn't lay down and stay there. She'll lay down, you know, she'll get up and move around, and then she'll lay down for a half hour. I have a gelding, you know, it's his job. If she's not up in an hour, he has to go get her up. It works like clockwork.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so she's more comfortable in the cast than I thought she would be. You know, the boots rubbed her heel bulbs off.
Yeah.
You know, which I think was probably a good thing. I don't know if you noticed that post or not. But then I was listening to you today and I'm thinking, well, maybe I shouldn't have cast her. But I think I'm more comfortable keeping the bone where it is for, like, I'm afraid to
Yeah.
release it too soon. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yeah, I
Okay.
understand.
Well,
Okay,
let me
so
know if you ever think I'm doing something wrong, please.
okay, well, see, I'm going through this on this foot now. Okay, so in a week or two, we're gonna see what this did. Okay, so here's how I trimmed her. I did remove those heels because it's not real heel. Okay, it's sidewall. It's not real heel anyway. Her real heel is lost, wrapped up in her foot somewhere. Okay, and then I thinned down the capsule. So it looks like this. Okay, but this is not where, okay, look at that cartilage. We know that's not right, right? But now a barefoot trimmer's come in here and say, oh, the toe's too long, take it off.
Whack it
And then
off.
you'd have a real disaster, you know what? Because the foot's just gonna fall, it's gonna rotate, it's gonna be a mess.
Can you put that with the before trim?
What?
So you know, can you show the lateral view of that foot before the trim at the same
Yeah.
time as that one?
Yeah, let me find it here.
Thank you.
Just a second here. I'll have to do a picture. Find the best one. Just a second. Oh. Okay, hold on. Oh.
I don't know how you people do all this stuff with the computers. It amazes me. And Marilyn, was it you who said I had a resident expert? You don't want to deal with the resident computer expert when he's been dealing with quote unquote users all day at work. It's a horrible thing.
Oops. Okay, just a second. I gotta take, see, I can't show both of them at once unless I put them together and then take a picture. Okay. Okay, so pretty much did everything on this foot that I don't like to do and never do. So, but see, here's another thing, a thought that had been
That's
coming
what's
to me.
amazing me that you did that. Okay,
Well,
go ahead.
A thought that had been coming to me for a long time. Maybe there's a use for their baloney, okay? For the stuff they do that destroys the foot. Maybe there's a use for it in restoring the foot. Does that make sense? You know?
It does make sense. It's sort of scary though to go backwards to me.
Yeah,
you know what
it's
I'm
very
saying?
scary.
Yeah.
For me, it's like pulling teeth. Okay.
There you go.
I don't want to cut
Okay.
any heel or get rid of any elevation at all. Because you see, as ugly as this foot looks right here, this is the angle that it wants to be at. And this is the angle it's supposed to be at for all her joints and tendons and ligaments and everything on up the leg. This is the angle it's supposed to be at. Well, just a minute. Let me annotate here.
Wow, you did everything that
Yeah.
that you've said not to do for the last 2 years.
Yeah, so there is the angle.
Yeah.
Okay, that her foot wants to be at. Okay, so by the time I get done trimming it here, it's down like this. Okay, but I know she wants to be up like this. And guess what? If I don't put her foot up like that, it's going to go up like that anyway. Only it's going to tear everything up as it goes. See? So let me undo this here. So, okay. So now I'll show you her booty I built, which is really interesting because see, on the front feet, when you take the heel out like this, they want to put their foot forward. just like in the laminitis walk, okay, when you take their heel out like this in the rear, they want to put their foot forward and underneath them too. See, because that takes the pressure off the back of that foot wanting to stretch up like so. Okay, so just a second here. Okay, so and then I'll show you what I did. Well, maybe let me save this. Do you want to save changes? Yes, I do. Okay. So now, okay. Okay, screen record. Okay, so here's the trim I did, and I want you, okay, so here's the I had a little pony boot that's too big for her. And so I make this whole thing here as thick as the heel I took off. Okay, I'll show you here. See, so it's pretty thick. See, we would never want that, right? No.
No, that looks scary.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? No. Okay, so I mean, that's not the real bars. You understand that, right? What she had
Yes.
there, that's not the real bars. Look at this area here. This is not supposed to be up here, down here. This is supposed to be clear up here, and her foot's supposed to be this much wider.
So
So-
what are they if they're not the real bars?
Well, they're real, but they're distorted and they're growing in the wrong spot. You understand? They're not growing in the right spot. So it's not where the bar should be. It's definitely bar material, but
Okay.
How much?
the bar is bent down underneath and up in the foot. It's literally forced up. Look, the foot is bent in half. So what happens to the end of this bar? It gets bent up into the foot. See? You can see that the periopal right here, this area here is supposed to be up behind the foot. Look how far underneath it is. So,
How much
okay.
pink,
So what-
bruised, bloody sole did you have to cut out to get down to that clean part?
there was no bloody sole.
There was
At
no
all.
bruising or anything in all
Not-
of that
not
sole that you had
really.
to take out of there? Wow.
Not really. No, none.
So Linda, when you put the dim back in and you're gonna boot her or duct tape her, right?
Yeah.
What's going to make, is it the pressure that you're making heel pressure that's gonna create her or cause her to grow more heel in the right area?
No, I'm not growing. See, that's the thing. At this point, I'm not growing heel. I'm just wanting the whole back of her foot to expand to where it's supposed to be.
Okay. You're not
See?
thinking about moving it back, just you want it to expand.
No, because in order to grow the heel, you would have to release the whole back of the foot and put the anatomy back where it's supposed to be so it can grow the capsule from the correct position.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't want to get the heel before the back part. So I'm going to keep all this reduced because that foot, look, you think about it, you push your nose over the side of your face. Okay, your finger is the capsule and your nose is the inner foot. Okay, as long as my finger strongly holds my nose over to the side of my face, it's going nowhere. Okay, but if I can weaken my fingers hold just enough. My nose can push it back. My nose can push its way back to where it wants to be. Okay. These feet, these feet are compressed and they want to explode out. Okay. They're under a lot of pressure in there that's pushing out constantly. And so if you can just lighten up and weaken stuff, you know, and remove things that have grown that shouldn't be there really, then that foot itself is going to push out and expand. This is what I've been seeing. Okay. And so here's what we got. And here's her little boot. Now see how I've elevated her foot up here to the same elevation. If I elevate her foot, then nothing is going to want to pull up. And instead, it's going to offer it the opportunity to relax and spread out the way it's supposed to. So this isn't about frog contact or any of that baloney. This is about just supporting the foot. You know, does her frog have frog contact with that thing? Yeah, but that is not the point, because in the way the foot works, the frog descends to the ground. Okay, you don't need to lower everything and force frog contact, because the frog is built to give like rubber and descend to the ground. And that's what those videos of how the foot works, where I show how the digital cushion works and the frog works and stuff like that. The frog descends down. That's what it's built to do. It's built to be a suspension system. And so if people are always forcing frog contact, there's no suspension. It's just bottom out and stuff. Now, in this case, okay, can't help, but you have to support the back of the foot. Can't help but do that. Have frog contact, all that stuff. But this stuff is soft enough, and there's enough moisture in here that the foot can expand. So anyway, okay. Lovely. See, my boot doesn't have a strap. Okay.
Question, Linda.
So
Linda.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. So in essence, you're basically making a wedge pad in a moist environment.
Yeah, but even more than a pad, because it goes around the sides of the foot too. It's the whole, it supports the false heel, or the where there's no heel, it becomes the heel as well. Say, let's go back to that. It's here somewhere. Well.
So then in, like, let's say traditional fairy with open heeled shoes, by using a wedge pad, if you just did wedge rims, then you're not supporting the sole and the frog and all the other goodies underneath, and you're supporting even more behind the foot.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to support the whole thing. I'm just trying to keep her elevated, but I think that this helps, having this support here, you know, little extra support here and there. You know, I'm just on a shoestring budget here, trying to keep that horse's foot up any way I can, keep her comfortable. And what's interesting was, here I have some pictures. Wait a minute, of more of what I did. Just a second, let me find them. Where are you? Okay, well, again, I just want to show you this one real quick again, to show you how thick this is, because you see how much of that false heel I took off. And you see how much I'm wanting to elevate that back of that foot. I don't want to take anything away to make her want to pull up again, because her foot has extended up to where she wants to be. And what was interesting was when she was standing there without any support, like I say, she just kept trying to put her foot in all kinds of different places to be comfortable. And she would put it forward. But then when I put this on with the boot, she put that foot down and you could just tell she was just flat comfortable. The way, and you know, she's a little lopsided right now because she got a boot on the front side and a boot on the back, but she's only got her sock boots on the other 2 feet. But whatever. It's like, have you ever walked with one shoe on and one shoe off? It's kind of what it's like, you know. But she's perfectly comfortable. She outwalks me. I have a video of that here somewhere. Just a second. Hold on. Let me redo this.
Linda, may I say something?
Sure.
Here? Hi, everybody. I'm Angeliki.
Hi.
Well, I am a bit sad today because I confirm everything you said about keeping the hoof moist, and then when they get hard again. Today I saw Benenitra, she's kind of sensitive on her hoofs, and they are, I think she lost a little bit of concavity. And her hoofs became very, very, very hard and very glassy. You know, she has a lot of laminar wedge now on her sole. And she seems uncomfortable. So I must confirm that I should have dime her. How do you say the DIM? Immediately after the soaking.
Yeah, I can totally relate. It's the same thing I went through with this pony. You know, with not giving her support, you know, and when her feet dry up, you know, that's not good either. And so these back feet, before I did this, I just trimmed them like I usually trim them and leave all that fake false heel back there, because I know what happens when you remove it. Okay. And then waited, but I noticed from keeping her feet moist that it just really made a difference. And so these two things, support and moisture, have, at least for me and her, made a difference. And now you're seeing some of that as well. And so we're going to have, you know, we're going to have back steps, you know, it's just going to part of this learning process of what we're trying to put together here. I'm sorry that that's happening though, but I do understand, because let me tell you what, this can be very, very, very disheartening at times, very frustrating, you know, so, but you know what, she'll make it through it and you'll get it figured out, and it's going to come out in the long run. We got to remember, what's that feller's name that had that horse that lost its coffin bone? George?
Pocahontas, George.
George.
Yes, George.
Yeah, George.
Yeah.
You know, got to remember George. You know.
Yes, of course I do. But, you know, I just wanted to confirm, because I know that I will change everything. But I want to confirm what you are saying. So,
yeah, thank you. Yeah,
we have to support after soaking and using moisture on the hoofs. I don't know for how long, and I don't know when the final result will come, if ever. in Benenitra because she's old and she's very, very under pressure. I mean, her hoofs came through everything. I just want to remind, I had 2 abscesses per month on her feet before.
Yeah.
And, until December 2015. So I will try again to soak again and then put some DIM immediately.
Okay. Well,
so we see.
Yeah. Let us know. Cause like,
But you know, my real problem is that I don't get growth in this hoof. Well, we'll see. We'll try everything we can to make them more comfortable and then hope and pray.
Yeah, that's all we can do. You know, we're still making strides. We are still making great strides, but we can't come on here and be like, oh, everything's roses. Okay.
Yes, but it's not, but we are trying and we have done a lot of road.
Yes.
In front.
Yes,
well,
we have paved a trail here. And, you know, and I just want people to know, you know, this is a failure, success, going on to success type of deal. We're paving a road that no one has gone down to before because they didn't even know they had to go down it. You know, they didn't even know it was there. And so wouldn't be available were it not for the picture machine. You know, that camera wouldn't be available if it wasn't for the camera, if it wasn't for even social media. I couldn't have learned. What were you going to say?
And I tell you, the most. Sorry. Go on.
Oh,
no,
that's okay.
I was saying that the most important thing is that I have 3 mares. Benenitra was an unfortunate one. She was a mess with her hoofs, but the other 2 are doing great. I mean, they have super duper hoofs.
Yeah,
so something went on.
Yeah, which they wouldn't have had were it not for Benitra.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they were on Strasser trims too.
Yeah. See, and it's like my pony. Okay, what I have learned from her, from the failure, see, has been what would you call it? Priceless. And through it all, what we learn here has already saved a lot of horses. I learned foot binding from this pony. I never would have learned that. I don't think, not to this degree, were it not for her. You know, I religiously trimmed her barefoot, you know, with all the barefoot principles. And this is what I got, you know, and one of these days we'll go through all the different forms and fashions her feet have taken on. Everything from a slipper foot to a can foot, you know, and yet I've been able to keep, like, this is how I know when people are headed towards trimming that toe back so much that their horse is going to knuckle over and not be able to stand up. You know, you can see it. See, I know that from a lifetime of living around livestock and when calves were born and how they couldn't stand up and they would knuckle over. See, I can see that in legs when horses are about to do that. And I've seen that in a lot of foundered horses to where they just can't even hardly stand up anymore. The foot has so rotated in the capsule. The capsule might look almost normal, but in reality, they're standing on their tiptoe inside the capsule.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just have a question talking about a can foot since you mentioned that. We were looking at a horse that has apparently a severely clubbed foot in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the vets were saying, I don't think they should euthanize it, but in your opinion and experience, are all club foots repairable if we were to do tack with it?
I've had a number of people that have had club feet. Up to this point, I understand why they have club feet. But
Apparently this one was
until
born with it.
they always say that.
Yeah,
That's not true.
he's a mid-teen gelding.
Yeah, they always say that. That's their go-to excuse. You know, oh, it's born with it. You know, baby, I was born this way.
Yeah. Do you
Okay.
think it's fixable?
Yes, I think most of these are fixable, and it's just that we haven't understood enough about how and why it happens to be able to undo it and then reestablish the stability of the foot. You know, we can do it on mild cases, but the really severe, see, I don't think till I can figure this pony out and fix her that I would be able to figure out a totally club foot. And yet, technically, some of the shapes her foot have just taken on has been that of a club foot. You know, and because that's what all this foot binding is. So club foot is just a super bound foot with a very straight dorsal wall, a tight fitting dorsal wall. And a lot of times too, they'll get a little flare because the inner toe is pulling back, but the toe of the capsule is pulling forward. They'll have that sometimes too, but sometimes they're just like totally straight up and down.
Yeah,
So
this looks
hopefully,
like a can foot.
yeah, like a can.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so pretty much if you look at her foot here, that's kind of what it looked like. You know, that back foot could be.
It looks pretty straight like that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is some research that's going on, especially with high-low foals that chronically graze with one foot in front of the other, that it has to do with the first rib. And they're doing a bunch of research that if horses get chiropractic adjustments, foals, then their feet straighten out and they grow normal.
Huh.
Can you fix high-low? Because I have a thoroughbred that's like that. She's like 14 years old and I don't know. I don't know what to do with her.
There's a lot of body morphology, especially because just in these papers that I'm reading, because it's a chronic habitual way that they've always grazed.
Yeah.
And there's fascial restrictions within the thoracic cavity. So you gotta keep on it because the body always wants to go back to what it knows. But there are very significant success stories that have remediated this.
So it's more than
more
than a hoof trim.
It's more than a hoof trim, but it manifests that way, but the body just holds itself that way. And then because the horses always, let's say, graze with the right front out and the left front back, that you're going to keep shortening the toe and those heels are going to grow. Whereas the down foot, you're going to crush those heels. But it actually, in this study anyhow, it has to do with hooves and chiropractic. It's super fascinating.
Interesting. Thank you.
Well, I treat a horse now in one hoof. He walks on the wall, on the toe wall, because he's so club that he steps on his wall. I will post it. It's not finished yet, but I will post some videos from the first tack trim, the change this horse had. I will post the next days.
That'd be great.
It's not finished yet, the experimental phase, because he can be trimmed every 3 weeks. So we go slowly and we try to fix him. And he's way better So I think the body posture is the result of the hoof trim. This is my opinion for the moment.
Yeah,
I mean, the body shape or the body posture is the result of the hoofs, not the hoofs are the result of the bodies.
yeah,
I'm
that
gonna
is,
have to disagree with you there.
that's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I've been doing body work and red light work for over 10 years. And you cannot separate the feet from the body. As much as we want to just look at the feet and use tact, I mean, that's a foot. And just like you can't work on your foot without affecting everything else that's going on in your whole entire body, it's the same for these horses.
But
I mean,
think
it'd be
Aggie was
really
saying-
nice if we could just trim a foot into whatever shape it would need to be to make the body correct, but it just doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
But I
But
think
I
what
think that
Aggie was saying was that due to the way that the horse grazes and stands, that it created it, and then maybe the body is compensated too. I agree that obviously the body is probably taken over and compensated, and you have just the way that you walk and your posture, your muscles compensate, right, for any imperfections.
Yeah.
So I agree with
Right.
both of you, but I think what Aggie was saying, I kind of see that in our mare too, is that she's always eating, even in her stall when we feed her, every time she's eating with 1 foot forward. And it does tend to wear her hooves in that way, you know?
Yeah.
And now I think because of her age, she's obviously developed this muscle tone based on that, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it would be a body issue at the same time.
See, the ideal situation would be if, like the people, Brandy, like the
Yes.
people in the study you're talking about, if they actually knew the truth about the feet, you know, to whereas we also who are tact bound here, okay, we need to also extend our thinking into the body more as well, to where if these things could be combined, you'd have the best of both worlds.
But from the time that they're young, like just foals, how do you correct for super long legs that are longer than their neck? And they have to spread their feet like that to graze. How do you prevent that?
Oh,
You can't prevent that. That's natural.
Yeah.
You
So then
wouldn't
that's
want to
what
The
prevent
splaying
that.
of the
That's
feet of
every
the
horse
splaying of the
does
feet
that
of
when
foal
it's young.
is normal. The splaying of the feet is normal and it opens the chest cavity. Now, when you see a horse that always goes with 1 foot forward and 1 foot back, that then starts to change the body.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Well, it's a combination of the two
Yeah.
things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
I
see
think
too.
so.
I mean, if we knew how if we knew to correct body ending and do tact, I think we would have the correct result.
Do you think that
I
if
mean,
we booted
we knew
the
we
low
need
one,
both.
if we booted the low one, elevated the hoof like Linda's doing with this horse, so that they're level, do you think that would help correct the body issues?
It would help.
Well, look at people that are born
think it
with one
depends.
leg shorter than the other.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like so we compensate for it. So what if we put, like, what if I booted the underrun one, the short one, the one that she feeds, the low one, and made it level with the other one? Would that do you think that she would eventually start just grazing normally and not compensating like that?
Maybe.
Try it and see what happens.
Yeah.
The only way to do it, to know, is to try it.
I guess so.
And like in
experiment.
anything, probably doing in increments and looking at the knees and how level the knees are, because sometimes also in, Mother Nature doesn't create everything right, that there is a little bit longer and, like you're screwing around with angles So everything done a little bit slow, then the body can change. But if you went too fast, I think you might be creating more problems than you're trying to fix.
And and you didn't say whether or not you said that the feet are uneven, but you didn't say whether or not the knees or any of the other joints are uneven.
I haven't really looked, like she looks straight. She's not lame in any way. She's very, very sound, even though she just that she grazes like that a lot. And I know when I trim her, there's always one foot that's really, really low and one that's high, super high, you know, like I'd say there's a good inch difference between the two.
And
so I'm thinking,
aren't horses left and right-handed? Naturally.
Are they?
Yes,
naturally right-handed, sometimes left-handed.
More frequently, they're left-handed.
Oh,
Just
really?
because that's generally the side they lay on in the womb.
Huh. Well, that's interesting.
But then there's also things that come to part is that we always handle on the
absolutely
side, on their left side.
If we're smart,
so
we don't.
Then that's sometimes where exactly.
We make ourselves go to that other
welcome
side.
to the real world.
Yeah, we absolutely do. We make ourselves get on the left side and the right side.
Yeah.
I think even in riding, we tend to go more one direction than the other.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's in what I do, I see more right hind issues than I do left hind issues. And again, talk to some European friends and stuff, is that they believe that it's because we don't lead our horses away from us. Because it's faster, and so then that right hind swings out and doesn't have the same opportunity as the left hind to come up and under.
Could you repeat
that? You see what I'm saying?
You cut out and I didn't hear what you said. We don't lead our horses away from us, but we do what?
So when we're walking in a straight line, typically, and we want to make a turn, we're going to turn to the left. We're going to turn them into us.
Right.
We don't turn them away. So when we're always turning them into us, that left hind steps up and under the body midline more than the right hind would ever.
Okay.
So I end up seeing a lot more right hind issues in what I do, or we need to strengthen the right hind versus the left.
Yeah.
So then we need to be leading our horses more from the right side than we do from the left.
Damn straight, girl. Or just turning them equally both ways.
Yep.
Oh, it's the same with the riding. We ride more often to the left.
Yeah, exactly.
And then people think, well, then they just need to strengthen the leg by riding twice as much to the right as they do to the left, and that generally breaks down the already weakened leg.
I wonder if a left-handed rider rides more to the right than the right-handed rider.
Good question. But basically it's by discipline from what I see.
I think it's
what
by whatever
discipline they're riding. Yeah.
Can I say something? So
sure.
It's just maybe practical, because if you have babies, I actually start handling them straight away from the right. Like all my foals, I start touching, approaching, doing everything from the right. And I actually make rope halters that on the right, or I just turn my rope halters. And I always, when I work with horses, I just try to encourage the owners to do the same. It's because it's easy, you know.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I just, turn out, and then it's really nice because, then you're in the right eye, because it's usually the neglected one, and then you don't need to think about it. But I lead my horses, especially the young ones, because I know that they will be overloaded on the left and overlooked on the right.
That's great.
Yeah,
great
and
thinking.
actually there is a research about the right hind. I need to find it, and I will share the link. Why and the reasons why the right hind is always, an issue. So just put a note for myself.
Okay, that'd be awesome. Yeah, share that on the group.
Yeah, I will do.
Okay.
May I say something?
All right.
May I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
I saw some horses, they are totally confused if I don't start with the front left what is usually normal if you start to clean up the feet from the front left and to the hind left and then to the right front and so
Yep.
on. And they totally confused if I start from maybe from the right hind foot. And you see how the horses are thinking, okay, what she's doing there. She's starting from the other side.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's totally funny. And
That's funny.
and do the same that I guess Brandy says. If I hold the rope and walk with the horse, I change my position, or I change the horse in position. So I have him on the left side, I have him on the right side, and do the exercise on both sides. So but it's funny, if you see horses, they don't work on both sides. They are totally confused if you do it other ways. They are normal.
That's funny. Like, what is she doing?
Yeah.
Is it time
They
for a
look
break?
around. They look
Yeah, we
around.
could do a break. We could do a break. We'll do we'll do a 10-minute break. Is that enough? You need more?
No, that's fine.
Hello?
That'll do.
Okay. Okay. I'll just put this, I'll just leave this, I'll put something up here for people to look at or something. Yeah, I need to get up and get me some coffee. Let's see. Yeah, so anyway, I'm going to show this here when I get back. My fancy booting routine. Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so I just want to show you my method now, and the reasons behind it. I put a sock on because I want it to maintain moisture, but I don't want to be slipping around, so I don't just put a bag on it. And if I put a bag on it, it would wear through the bag too soon. And so you can put one, or anyway, I put a bag on it. Then I secure it around here with duct tape. I like to use duct tape instead of gator tape because it's looser, and I'll show you what I do here. I make a flap. I bend it over and make a flap so when I take it off, I can tear it off real easy. And so I like to use duct tape because it's not as strong, but it's strong enough. And you see there's still, it's not going to cut off the circulation or anything like that. And then of course I'll pull the sock down right there and I'll fill it up with D.F. Crosley's hoof and skin and hoof paste that I've diluted into a more watery substance. And then I'll put, that's the D.F. Crosley's there. And then I'll fill it up. Are you there?
Just I wanted to say, D.F. Crosley's not making that anymore.
Really?
Nope, I called him. He said they're going to stop making the paste and only go to the spray.
Oh, really? That's too bad.
Yeah, because when I went to order it, his website doesn't have it anymore. So I called and they said, we're not going to make the paste anymore. We're only going to the spray. Just so you know in the future.
Okay, well.
You can't get D.F. Crosley products in Canada either.
That's too bad. Well.
Would coconut oil do the same, do you think?
No.
No?
No. I think you could make up something though. I think you could find like some sort of conditioner because it's the consistency of hair conditioner. Okay. Get some conditioner, add a little bit of copper sulfate and zinc to it, maybe some essential oil like little melaleuca. And there you go. You got his hoof paste. Okay. And with conditioner. But the reason I like the copper sulfate, a little bit of copper sulfate, it keeps any kind of mold and all that out. And I haven't had, sometimes their pastern gets a little irritated. You can just take and put Vaseline on that. Sometimes I'll do that if it seems like it's getting a little too much moisture, but I've just had really good luck with this as long as you keep it, you have something. See, the copper sulfate keeps any kind of bacteria out.
Okay. The conditioner, Linda, do you mean like our hoof conditioner or
like hair conditioner?
Hair?
Like hair conditioner, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I just take some of that and mix some stuff up with it. Make your own type of deal. The main thing is to keep bacteria out and keep moisture in. And so anyway, then I put a sock over that. Okay. This is the way you know how to save all your old socks or get them from the thrift store. Okay, and there's my boot with my thing in it. And then see, that's the only boot I got with the thing. I got to order some gaiters. I got 4 boots, but I only got 1 gaiter that's worth a darn. And
why don't you put the dim inside the sock, like right up into her hoof?
Because it slips around too much.
Okay.
You could do that though.
I thought that stuck to the hoof wall, like to the hoof sole.
Oh, what'd you say?
I thought that stuff, like the dim, would stick to the sole.
No, it won't.
Oh. Okay.
No, it's just rubber. It comes out real easy now. Now this is the last time I did it. I retrimmed her foot here the other day, and I knew this wasn't quite the same shape as the way the foot's going. So I took my grinder and I kind of thinned out some of that pad. And then I took a little bit more DIM and I just made barely an imprint of the bottom of her foot. And then with that, DIM I already had, and it renewed it without me having to make a whole new one. Do you kind of understand what I'm saying? Like as far as the way the bottom of her foot is changing. So what I'm working on is being able to continue to use the thickness of the original DIM, slowly let it diminish maybe as I would grow heel, but then make a new impression, thinner impression that fits into the old impression. So I'm not using tons of DIM. Because that's the problem I have with it. Oh, let's see. Is that using so much DIM, you know? So, okay, so that was the trim before. All right. So anyway, next week, we will have the reveal on that back foot. Okay. I will have no idea till that day, and I'll do it in the morning. I'll take the boot off. I'll either do it the day before or that morning. I'll take the boot off and take pictures, and we'll see what happened in a week. Okay. Now,
Linda.
Yeah.
Linda, it's Sam here. We were messaging this morning.
Oh, hi.
Hi. I've only just come in, so I'm really glad I'm seeing this, because this is what we were talking about, wasn't it, really, today?
Yeah.
Can you possibly just retrace very slightly to the start of when you said anything about doing this process? Because I might have missed like the first 5 minutes, I think. Obviously, I get the fact that we use the DIM, we use the boots, we use the sock. You mentioned hair conditioner to moisturize.
Yeah, and then something in it, to keep bacteria from growing, like copper sulfate, ionized copper sulfate.
Yeah, I've got that. Do you actually put the copper sulfate on first, or do you mix it with the conditioner?
I just mix it. You could mix it. I noticed like this is pretty diluted and stuff, but it will turn their periopal blue. That's okay.
Hey, Linda.
Yeah.
This is Claire speaking.
Hi,
from
Claire.
my experiences with my warm blood gelding that had the operation, if you're going to, are you going to put that on and just leave it for a week without looking?
Yeah, I do.
Because
I've been doing it.
That your periopal doesn't become so wet that you actually end up with the foot walking out of a hoof capsule. Like that's almost what happened to my gelding.
Okay. See, so somebody else, you may want to look at it more often. Okay. Like every couple of days, which is probably the wise thing to do. Since I have done this with the pony, and I'm kind of knowing what to expect. Here's the thing. I never meant to leave them on, sometimes as long as I did, but you know how things come up and you can't get back to something.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes that would happen, and then I would find out that it actually wound up being a benefit.
The thing is, you've probably been doing tacked on here long enough that there's a good solid connection there, but I'd just be worried that somebody might copy what you're doing and then they end up losing their hoof capsule.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. So you would, because, I see what you're saying. So anybody else? Yeah, you want to check yours every other day.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
And the other thing is, I've just written something in the chat as well about carrying on from your high-low conversation that was happening before the break.
Okay. Just a second. I just had a thought though. See, the difference here that I'm doing with this trim is that I've taken off the way I've reduced the capsule. Okay. And it's the way it's bound is the capsule itself actually expands with the foot. See? And so since nobody really knows how to do that yet, yeah, I would be checking this much more, and I'll probably check her anyway here in a couple days. Because I've never done her back feet before. I've been working on the front feet. Okay, because if you'll see that what happened when I did this, the capsule did expand with the foot and the foot didn't come out of the capsule. That's also because I thinned down the frog a lot. Okay, and you see this right in here. Okay, you got to get that kind of stuff out and stuff. And so the whole foot expanded. But that doesn't mean that that's going to happen to another horse. That's just what I've found on the pony, that worked very well. I mean, sometimes it was about to come out, but it didn't. It never did. I never had the problem, but I don't know what to say there. But anyway, again, this is all experimental, that's all I can say. Trying to restore a hoof-bound pony's feet to let them expand. Basically, this thing has become a prison. Okay, so we're trying to do a controlled prison break, and let their foot expand. Now,
Linda, you have removed so much of the leverage from that capsule, though. I mean, you have really severely trimmed that capsule. So I'm betting that it won't. You've taken most of the leverage off.
Yeah, well, in the back of the foot, like I've thinned the wall. I've removed the false bar. I've thinned down the frog. I've done everything I can do to help her foot expand without compromising her getting down to blood or something like that.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You've taken if you hadn't have trimmed it like that and then just did all of that and left the boot on, I mean, yeah, she maybe could have walked out of it, but I'm thinking not because you've taken all the forces off. You're going to allow it to expand as opposed to break off.
Yeah. And this type of conditioning works really well. It keeps the foot moist and pliable so that your hoof capsule itself is actually also expanding, because see, also thin down some of this sole in here, because when these feet get contracted, okay, it binds all that sole into a smaller area. And so then when that sole grows really thick and hard too, now I don't want to soften any of this up here at all. But right in here, and in here, I thinned that down, got all the exfoliatable out. And because otherwise that's just going to bind the foot there like glue. So I know that if I want this foot to expand this way and this way, I've got to also control how much sole I'm going to allow, because these heels are hollow. This isn't where the true sole is. It's bent up into the foot. This whole foot is bent, and nothing is growing correctly in the right spots back here. So if I allowed all this to get super thick and heavy, then how could that foot expand? It couldn't, Now, another thing I'm practicing is taking my flap disc sander, and I will lightly just sand everything anyway, okay, to mimic wear. Because I have a theory that the tubules are like fiber optics, and they send messages. We're being worn, grow. We're being worn, grow. So I'm decided I'm going to do that on her once a week at least. That I'm just going to kind of do a zip zoom, just to keep it all thinking that it needs to grow. And we'll see if that works too. Because who is saying their foot doesn't grow? Was that you, Annette? Antoinette?
Galiki.
Was that okay? Yeah. See, the foot doesn't grow.
No, it was me.
Okay. See, now I have the very opposite with Valor. And I've been trying to do that about once every week. Just do a skim over, even if you don't need trimmed, and do a little touch up just to ignite or send a message to those tubules to grow. Now, I don't know if that's going to be true or not and work, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'll try that. I try to try.
Okay.
Well, basically all you're doing is imitating natural wearing, right?
Yeah,
like if
that's
they were
all.
covering 20, 30 acres a day, they'd be doing the same thing themselves.
Yeah. Because see, when I was at a BLM adoption here 7-8 years ago, talked to a guy from BLM, and he said that when they first run those horses in, their feet grow like crazy. And then after about 6 months, the growth slows down. And that's when they have the guys come in with the hydraulic chutes and trim them. So more wear, more growth, technically, to a point. I mean, there's a limit there. I don't want to overdo it. I just want to like skim up these horn tubules to make them think they're being used and see if that's going to encourage. But here's the thing too. The more correct your capsule gets and releases all this in your foot, the more blood is restored to the foot, the more the circulation, the more they're going to grow as well. It's all combined there.
So would you, if say we did this and we checked the hoof every other or every 3 days, would you possibly do a little trim then and then re-moisturize and boot and everything?
You can do that. Whatever you can think of. I've had situations where I left it on for a while, and then also where I removed it and to look and see what was going on within a few days, because I know how much these feet can change in just a few days. It's when they're given moisture and you remove certain things. See, it kind of started with Valor when I realized that this was all filled up with periopal. And that his bulbs were actually curled in and bound, and I didn't know it, because all this can just tidy up into one little package where you don't even know what's going on. And then when it's dry, this is not wet, or this is not white when it's dry. It's the same color as the frog or whatever. So you don't even know what's happening. And so on him, I've showed that picture before. Now, Sam,
yeah.
if you want to know what we discussed on here, this is recorded on YouTube, so you can watch that whole recording, okay?
Yeah, will do.
Okay, dear. Let's see. So let me show you this. Say,
Linda, before I forget to ask, on the side view of that hoof, I could see where you had, I'll say scored, because I don't know what other term to use. The wall, and I was wondering if you could say why. Grooved. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Just a minute. Okay. Why did I groove that? Okay. First of all, I've been a fan of grooving for a while. They used to groove laminated horses. They did vertical groove. Let's see, vertical grooves 3 on the front of the hoof.
Right.
Okay,
They used to even burn them. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there is a farrier group that does this horizontal grooving on the side of the foot in laminitis cases. And then there's also a guy on YouTube years ago there was a horse that was sore all the time unless he would put a groove there. So there's, you know, the foot is bent. Let me show you here. Okay.
I mean, I've scored where, you know, you'd have those laminitis rings, but I didn't actually see any of that on that hoof, and that's why I was asking.
Just a minute. I got to find a picture to
Sorry.
explain why I did that. But
I
you know,
think it's
that's something we
important.
need to know.
Yeah.
Just a minute here. See if I can find a picture that will explain that. Okay, maybe this one. Okay, well, this one might. Let's see, new share. Okay, so this was back in September. And you can see how the foot was expanding because it looked just like that one.
Right.
Okay, but I want you to look up here at the curve. Okay, what happens is now you got this curve mainly because the whole back of this foot was pulled down, and that's just the natural result of when you bend something, right?
Right.
Okay, but at the same time, this wall starts to grow. And whenever I would put like an arch at the bottom to try and relieve that, it would never work. But I found if I would put a groove here, that gave it relief, and that it would allow this to straighten out and drop down. See, because it weakens this hoof wall in between here and here, just like, okay, you know, you see those laminitic rings, right? Those are
right. And
compression.
I would have scored right where you have your pointer there, your cursor.
Right there.
On that bottom, on the lower ring from the bottom.
Down here?
No, up a little more.
Up here?
I want to point to my screen, like where the heel bulbs come down, right now to the bottom of that. And that ring that goes all the way up there, that white one that you can see there.
Oh, this one here.
Nah, the lower one.
The lower one. Oh,
that
here?
one. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
See, that's where I would have wanted to score. That's why I was asking why you did it higher.
Yeah, I did it higher because it is easier for this to push down if you have it right here.
Okay.
How did you score that, Linda? What did you use?
I just took, well, sometimes I've used the edge of the hoof rasp, you know, or you can use a Dremel, or in this case, I use the side of my grinder.
That's what I thought it was. Yeah, it was a little wide. Yeah.
Yeah. And that worked real good. Let me see if I can find you pictures on the results.
How deep do you have to go?
I don't go through the whole hoof wall. I go through about half.
Okay.
You know, let me see if I can find some pictures now. Let's see, just a second.
Did you do that before or after you took all of that external wall off?
Some time ago, I remember we did this to the cracks, or when we wanted to change the going of when they flare too much, we did this and we helped the tubules to go straighter.
Linda, did you push your mute button?
Yes, I did. Quit playing with that. Bad. Yeah, I've done that too. And that worked good. I've used a hacksaw for that as well. But on here, I want it to be wider. So I use like a rasp or whatchamacallit, or the grinder. Just come up there and go zip right along there. let's see here. Now I'm going to have to show you a video of Jackie walking before we end here. So you know that yes, she does walk away from this really well, okay?
I'm glad you said her name. I've been wanting to ask you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jackie. In fact, her registered name on her papers, she's a registered Shetland, is Walkaway Jackie.
Oh, that's cute.
Isn't that funny? And so I just figure that's prophetic.
That is prophetic. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. She will walk away from this, you know. Okay, so just a minute here. Let me go in here. Try and show you some more. Okay, well, here, let's go back to here for a second. Now, I should take you over to Easy Boot to what's her name? Daisy Alexis Picking, who has Daisy Haven Farm. Okay. And she's no vet. All right. And she is over there on the Easy Boot channel doing resections on feet. Okay. Now, I have done resections, which is not a big deal. It's just where you take off a lot of hoof wall in the toe, in the whole wall. All right. So, you know, if somebody wants to criticize my grooves, they need to go over to Easy Boot and watch Daisy Alexis Picking do a resection on a foot. And the name of that is Resections, Not As Bad As You Think, or whatever like that. So
on a live horse?
Oh yeah, not a dissection, a resection.
That is actually an accepted practice for a lot of laminitic horses.
Yeah.
I've seen that a gazillion times.
Yeah. So you know, so before somebody goes criticizing my grooves, you know, if we were to look up here, I'll show you. See, because people can be pretty darn ignorant. Let's see. And you know, we got enemies, right? They don't
worry about them.
They don't like what we teach here. Let's see. Where was I going? I'll show you here.
Linda, if I'd have listened to either of the vets that have looked at Nessa so far, she'd probably be locked in a stall and miserable right now.
Well, yeah, because they don't know, because they're going by tradition.
Exactly.
You know, what they learned in vet school and the other garbage that's been coming up the last few years, you know. Oh, wait. Okay, just a second here. Images. Well, crying out loud. Oh, here we go. Okay. Let's see. New share. Okay, so all I did was I put in hoof grooving. Okay. Just so you can see that I'm not doing nothing that's bizarre, you know, bizarre and just totally experimental and you know, all this garbage they like to say, because they'll say she experiments on her horses, whatever, you know how that sounds.
Everyone's experimenting on their horse every single day.
That's right. You know, you're experimenting when you go to a barefoot clinic and you pick up those teachings and then you go and apply it to your horse. Okay, so here's an example of grooving. Okay, Equine Hoof County, UK. I do this kind of grooving as well. Here's another example of it here, same place. Okay.
What's the purpose of the vertical grooving? I've never seen vertical grooving like that before.
Vertical grooving, to me, it's just a way to get the hoof capsule to kind of release and relax some, because it's, and that's why I use it. I haven't read why they use it. And then there's this kind of grooving here too. I've done this kind. See, this is grooving across here to try and help this wall grow down better if you can. And then it was on YouTube, I saw Farrier doing the groove right here. Say, that allowed, where the hairline was jammed up on this horse, that offered that hairline dropped and offered a lot of relief there. So, I mean, we're learning more and more in time. All this is a shell, you know, it's just this shell that has the foot, well, it's a shell. No,
it's a shell that's keeping the foot inside.
Yeah, it's just a shell. It's keeping a poor foot in a little prison. Why should a horse have to die because its fingernails messed up? You know, it's just terrible. So anyway, let's see what else we got here. Oh, it looks like they tried to groove that. I mean, look at that. You know, see, I kind of got this problem in Jackie's front feet, not in the back, to where the coronary band is very constricted there. So I'm working on that as well. Oh, here we go. There we go. See, barefoot trim and hoof guided method. I'm not criticizing that. What I am criticizing is this picture, you know, that comes from Adams and Zizek's Lameness in Horses book. Because remember, they showed the lamina going all the way to the very edge, and they show the sole is only concave, and then anyway, all that. Well, we don't want to get into that, but anyway, how the anatomy is wrong. Their understanding of the anatomy is inaccurate. Every single one of these pictures you see like that, you know, it's going to be wrong. Anything you see here is probably going to be wrong too. A is normal, they say. Okay, but look at that foot. Look at the capsule. Does not fit on the foot. See? Hope you're really cutting out there, dear.
Someone posted that not too long ago, and I laughed because they're all bad.
They're all bad. Yeah, look at this one. This is the one. This is almost just like. Okay, I'm getting out of here for a second. Sorry, but you're cutting out so bad. We can't understand. Let's see, where am I at and what am I doing?
Medical, the veterinarian school.
Here, I'll show you a picture of Jackie. Miss Cutie Pie. There she is.
Oh, she's cute.
Didn't she? Look at the tornado.
That's gorgeous.
She's a sweetie. Let's see. Okay, let's see here. Where are we at? What else do we need to talk about this particular subject?
You wanted to show us Jackie walking video.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Marilyn, you do such a good job of keeping us on track.
She does, doesn't she?
Yes, she does.
Keeping us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Don't count on it though.
Oh, and thank you very much for correcting my find the link thing. I think it's all straightened out now.
Oh gosh. Oh, okay. I think I know where it's at. Oh, no, that's where I was. Never mind. Might be on my other phone. I'm looking for it. I might have put it on my other phone.
How many phones do you have, Linda?
Well,
do you
I
have
got
alternative personalities with your alternative phones? I'm joking. Never
yeah,
mind.
really,
Sorry.
really, I got like what's her name? I got all kinds of well, I might have one. One alter alias just in case I get kicked off Facebook. Let's see which has happened. Let's see. Okay. I may not have it on here. I swear I'm not hiding her. Let me see. No, I had another phone that I was using. It's a new Chinese phone I got from China for cheap. That's just like an iPhone 29. They're bootlegging them. And I only paid $50.
My husband would have a field day with that.
Oh man, I bet.
They're bootlegging all your information too, he'd say.
Yeah, well, you know. Then they probably
they'll learn how to do hooves.
That's right. They'll learn how to do hooves. They'll get an earful and a few other things too. Okay, let's see here. Well, I'm sorry, I just don't have it. Let me see if it's on my phone. I don't know. It's not on my phone.
Are you looking for the video of your pony walking?
Yeah.
It's on you. You put it on the group site once, like just recently, so they should be able to find it there.
Okay. Well, let me find it here. Just a second.
You posted it like just not long ago.
It was yes to the previous Zoom.
Okay. Gabe. Let me get.
We saw it to the previous Zoom.
Okay. I'm just closing out
Last
some
week.
stuff here. Okay, well, I can show that. That was before I trimmed her, but she walked away. I'll take a video of her tonight too and share it. Just let me close out some of these windows. I mean, it gets so many windows open, I get totally lost in here.
Is your pony stalled or out to pasture?
She has a pen, a pretty good sized pen, and then she gets let out a couple hours a day.
Okay, so I was just wondering how durable her little footwear is.
But I've got a real soft pasture out here too and stuff. And then I'm gonna start walking her around as well, so she gets more exercise. Yeah, she gets out. Not only that, but she is now getting a little bit of oat hay and alfalfa and not having any adverse effects at all. How about that?
Pretty good.
So okay, so I'm going to our channel. It's taking me a bit here because let's see. Equine foot class. Oh, that's not the one we want. TAC group. Okay. Okay, just a second here. Move that up there. I'm looking. Was it in its own post? Huh. Oh, here it is. Okay, let me get to going here. Just a second. Just a minute. Okay. There she is. It's kind of hard to see. You know, it's hard to do this and video at the same time. But I mean, she will outwalk me. Does she look like she's doing the laminitis walk to you?
She looks pretty good.
Yeah, I need to get her from the side. I need to have somebody.
And she is walking away from you.
Yeah, walk away. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Walk away, Jackie. Yeah. Let's see, don't want to get anything else on there. Okay. Anyway, Brandy, you sent some pictures. I see here.
Yeah. I was just playing and I didn't know if you guys wanted to see, but that's sort of, I don't know, before and current.
Sure, we will look.
But I'm having problems.
Uh-huh. I understand.
Those were the ones that I sent before. Yeah. So like I'm getting wrapped in and I literally cannot do any heel.
Okay, well there's
that he's standing.
Yeah,
and
there's no heel there. Right?
None.
Yeah, none.
None.
Yeah, he's got no heel.
And he is a chronic walker. He will walk meter circles to the left, whether he's in a 40-acre field with friends or it doesn't matter. So I have a problem.
Yeah.
But I think I am getting places that his foot is expanding. But I'm still the whole DIM conversation today is where I think I need to go because I did have him before I pulled his shoe. Sorry.
Okay. Are you there?
Yep. Before I pulled his shoes, I did have him in red rim pads, but then his feet were contracting and blah, blah, blah.
Okay. Well.
So like they've expanded and. What did I do wrong?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, mainly it's doing a consistent tack trim, which as you learn to do that, you'll get consistent at it. Like on here, finding his true apex of the frog, but mainly, what kind of tools are you using? I mean, how long have you been trimming your own horse? Are you there?
Since February.
Since February? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's learning curves you got to overcome. Now, it's interesting that this foot looks just like the one, just so similar to one of those where I showed how that horse in 3 days made his own heels. You know that?
Yep.
It's got the same outline, doesn't he?
But he literally, I do not touch his heels. I will put the bars back to where they need to be. But it won't grow. So I don't know if the foot's just unwinding. And like,
okay, first of all, let me explain something. Okay, so we're gonna have to get you taking these bars down more here. Do you see how big and heavy they are? Okay.
Yep.
So that it can expand, and also bringing your frog over here, because what's happened is the side of this foot has pushed out, and now you wind up trimming to the distortion. Now look at this, how this heel here is in like a hook. See it?
Yeah, and then the bulb of the heel has like a indent on it.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, because his heels were trimmed out, he's pulled that sidewall. Well, the buttress was over here, right? And now the buttress is just curled in right there. Here, I want to save this. Just a minute here. and enlarge it. Enlarge it. We'll turn it around like that. Okay, yeah, look at his buttress here. Now, this is exactly, oh, sorry. There we go. Okay, let me annotate here. Okay, so see where his heel buttress is?
Mm-hmm.
Right there. This is exactly what happened to my pony. And I mean, I was so bummed out because they were out here. Okay. And then when I didn't support the foot for a couple days, okay, they just went right in here to where I'm going, what is my heel buttress doing up against my frog? You know, because the feet were doing great. I mean, formerly, the heels were pulled way down under like that. And then when I decontracted her foot and in September when it spread out really nice and stuff, and the heel buttresses were clear over here. But then for a few days when I did not support the back of the foot, let me, that thing went from being over here to being over up against the frog here. I found it there. And I'm like, what in the heck happened? You know, well, then that one gal whose name I have to remember, I just hate this. If somebody can find that out, that'd be awesome. Her posts are in there. Her name escapes me right now. So then when she shared where she trimmed the heels out of her friend's horse, and then the horse made heels in 3 days. Okay, well, what it did, it took that way trimmed down heel buttress that was here, and it just pulled it over here, you know, and she was sore. I'm going to tell you that right now. She was sore when that happened because it was clear up against, that's like a major ingrown toenail there. Okay, and so this one here, this one has gone totally curled in like this. Okay, but this one is doing something a little bit different. This one's going wide and out this way. Okay, so you kind of have an example here of the two things that happen, the two different things that happen. Just a minute, we'll just draw a line down the center. Two different kinds of hoof distortion. Since their heels are independent, this is a great foot as a classic example of the two different kinds of hoof distortion happening on one foot. On this side, you have the heel that has followed the shape of the foot, just a minute here, going out wide and this way. I've talked about that before, remember? You trim the heels out, it starts, look at how the bulb is pulled way out here. See? And so I've talked about this before, how sometimes when you're trimming the heel out, the capsule form will follow the shape of the foot, which the shape of the foot is what? The shape of the foot, the heel's back here, and the shape of the foot is like this, right? And so as it's being trimmed out, it's following the shape of the foot. Okay, and other times when the heel is trimmed out, it does the opposite, and it just literally curls it in like that. And man, you can really see it on this foot. See there? Interesting.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Well, yes and no. Yes and no.
I would just like my horse to be sound. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
So Linda, about 15 years ago, I remember asking my farrier mentor, you know, the barefoot trimmer, why my heels started to curl. And he said, congratulations, you finally have your horse balanced. I remember that, like, it, you know, it's one of those things I will never forget.
Wow, that's interesting, isn't it?
Not really.
Well, I mean, just
Brenda?
I know, I
Um,
know.
It's just, maybe it's just an artist in me, you know? So maybe it's completely stupid, but it just looks like if I look at the screen, so the left part, the curved part is kind of, you know, it's just the other part of the foot, the right one, is pulling everything to the outside.
Yeah.
The inside is just holding, you know, like you're holding the sheet and you're pulling on one side. And because the heel, you know, it's the end, right? It's kind of gives in, and the forces are working really hard to pull it back. I can almost draw a little man there just holding on to the line, to the bar, you know?
Yeah, I know.
So in a sense, then it would be the strategy here is to get the control of the wall of on the right side. I mean, taking care of everything, but obviously.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm listening. Yeah,
Anyway,
it does look like it's being pulled over that way, doesn't it? And stuff. But this side here is being curled in, but it's not because this side's going wide, is the only thing. Let's see. They just okay, so this side got taken lower, and what happened when the horse tried to stand up and the foot wanted to be up, it curled this whole wall in this way to support that part of the foot. Because look.
Yeah.
See how really they're the same in a way. See the height of the false heel here?
Mm-hmm.
See it? And see the height of the false heel here? But they are two completely different heels. And so what happened here was this one got trimmed way lower than this one did.
Mm-hmm.
And so because it was much lower, there was more strain and stress on the foot wanting to stand up on this side, which pulled it around underneath like that. And that's what happens. Like it could, if he would have taken both heels down like this, then both heels would be like this on both sides. But
if
like
the hairline on the left, yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
No, I'm just saying is, you know, because sometimes if the hairline on one side, right, is higher.
Yeah.
So that's what you do. You're told you just little bit maybe make that heel 1 millimeter less. So that could potentially cause what we see now.
Yeah, exactly. You know, because they don't, when they trim, they don't measure. You know,
so what would be the strategy then? Because I'm just a little bit confused. So if you have more upright heel and more heel that is to the outside, so you don't take the more upright heel slightly down, or you don't experiment with that then? Ooh. Maybe I'm not clear.
No, you're clear. I'm just, you know, but I have to think about it too.
Okay.
You know?
That's the question, excuse me, that's the question I was just going to ask. Because Linda, a couple of years ago, if I'm not mistaken, I could be mistaken, I think you used to say that then you just take like that side on the right, a little lower than the left side. Do you still think that or not?
Well, I don't quite know here.
Okay.
I don't know. Is that where you cut your horse accidentally?
Maybe we can look at it later. Maybe it's just to the question that I'm asking. Yeah, what to do?
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at it too, wondering what to do.
Yeah, I did cut his leg.
I mean, because I remembered that somebody told me they did that, and then I seen that, and I thought, man, oh, it's you. It's you.
Oh,
Okay.
it totally was me. Usually I'm the one that's bleeding when I do feet, but this time I got him good because his feet were
you
so
know,
hard.
you can slip and stuff like that. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
well, look, who else do you have to turn to but you? See?
Yeah.
So
Linda
you're gonna
Harris.
make some mistakes. You know, that's just the way it's gonna be.
I turned to Linda Harris.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, how can somebody who doesn't know what they're doing teach others that don't know what they're doing? Well, here we are.
You're doing a very
You
good
know.
job. And helping the horses.
Well, we're all figuring this out together. Like, okay, so Sam, you come here with this horse, with this feed and stuff, and I know what I'm doing to try and help my pony here.
So Linda, I did send you more pictures if you go to the end of our conversation, because then that is the most recent. Because this is from 2 weeks ago.
Okay. See, I'm just studying the foot here. Just a minute. Okay. Let me go there. Just a second. And then don't let me forget, Jackie, if you're still there, that I want to look at your horse's feet as well. Okay, dear. Oh, wait, whose foot am I looking at? Brandy's, not Sam's. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yep.
Sorry. Let's see, you sent me another picture. Okay, what foot is this? Let me, new share. What foot is this? The other's the hind foot, right?
So that is his upright front foot.
Okay.
That used to look very clubby, super contracted heels.
Okay.
And I can send you a collage of the before and after, which is quite fascinating and wonderful. So
okay.
I'm actually happy with that one, but the other three suck.
Okay, but the other three suck. See, and on your one foot with the weird heel, now I had the same thing going on, really. It only looked different on my horse because the way I trim, but I had the same thing going on that you do, which is an inside heel way more trimmed out than any of the others, and he had made heel with it. Okay. And so I slowly grew that back in, which is what you'll have to do, just slowly grow it back in. Just a minute here.
I just have a giant problem with this horse because he chronically turns to the left. So I'm going to have uneven wear no matter what I do.
Yeah. Okay. Where was the other picture?
There, just at the very end there's 4 pictures at the bottom.
Okay. So this is a kind of a collage. Now,
so that is the right hind.
Okay.
The original one that you were looking at was the left hind.
Okay. Yeah.
But like he's right on his periople. Like it's just gross.
Yeah, it just is.
Like it's gross.
Pulled underneath him. Well, to start getting this changed, you're going to have to redefine like this heel, starting with this heel. Now I see you've trimmed some of the bar out here. Seemingly well, maybe. Okay, but you see where you got this little hook here? Okay, you have to come up through that there and reestablish and take this corner out. Let me show you. You'll get these hooks like this when the feet are expanding and changing. And this is what I was going to tell you. while you may not think he's growing any heel, it's because the wall has to go in at the top. And so it will seem like your horse is not growing any heel. Okay, whenever, and this is for everybody, whenever you see these hooks, you've got to remove these hooks. Okay, Simone, remember on Dodo?
Yeah.
How I show you, you get these hooks here?
Yeah.
Okay, and that you have to reestablish a new heel position because this is from the old false heel and false bar position.
Yeah.
Let me annotate here. And so you have to come up.
New share.
Oh. Okay, you have to come up. Okay, see, let me show you how it goes. See that little hook thing there? Now you've trimmed off part of the bar. Oops. Oh, come on. Oops. Okay, see this?
Mm-hmm.
That is from the old distorted, deformed bar when at a different place here. So you have to come up here and you have to form a new heel like that. You have to take that out, this corner here. Okay.
Okay.
Now this is real important. Then your bar has to be pretty much to where you have it. Okay, but you got to get this corner out here. Now see it, look how you have it over here. See?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, anytime you see these funky little hooks, you got to take those out. And so yeah, and you know, thinning down your frog. And so you're allowing this area to grow here. Okay, just to bear weight. And rarely take it down. This piece right here, you want to grow. And so you're just letting this grow and bear weight. And what'll happen is it'll start pushing wall up into the capsule. And so you won't see growth. Okay. But I guarantee you, as you're just kind of thinning, you got to thin this frog down, getting your frogs healthy, stuff like that, allowing this part. Okay, Jackie, if you are still there, you're asking me how you grow the heels, right? Okay, so you allow all this to bear weight, to become higher than the sole by at least 1/4 of an inch. You don't want it so high that it buckles or collapses, you know, but at least 1/4 of an inch, and the weight bearing of the wall as the hoof is growing from the top, it will encourage the growth to stay in at the top, and then all this foot to start being pushed up by the growth. See? So that is really all you can do. And it just takes time. Now let me show you my horse's foot. Because it had one heel major, all heels trimmed out, but one heel major trimmed out. And let's see.
So the back where his bulbs are and like his central sulcus and like his little bolt guy, that won't come in until I get more heel going on.
Yeah. Yeah. As you get more heel, okay, the growth will stay in the capsule at the top and it'll help the foot release and rise. But you got to be, you know, trimming. He's got to have moisture. You got to have trimming the frog and the periopal, you know, kind of keep a consistent deal going there so that it can expand. That's very important. Gonna find a picture. Oh, okay. There you go. The second new share. Okay, see my horse? See this? I wish I had a picture of the bottom. But see how much the heel is trimmed out over here? See, look at cartilage. Okay. And so he had to add heel in here. And it was even weirder looking than that. Let me see if I can find that picture. Let's see. See if I can find this other picture that's even odder. A second here. See, just the different things that the different shapes and forms these feet can take on. And these heels being trimmed out. I may not have it here in a second. Oh, wait, here we go. Let's see. Okay, so this would be 2014. See this weird deal I did there? Like, what is that? See how that heel's curled right around there?
You share.
Oh, sorry. Okay, see that? That's a total weird deal there. Whole bulb sticking out here. But you see how this wall is just curled around under in like that? Yeah. The other side, this is the medial side. The other side did not look like this. It looked totally different. It was while going through pictures one day, I happened to notice this and I was like, what the heck, you know? And so that's 2014. Here's 2016, where I'm trying to grow things back. But this is all, again, before I understood about the cartilage up here, that this is a part of the foot. See, up until then, I'm still looking down here, you know, and I'm still thinking growing a heel is just growing a buttress wall here. I had no idea this was even going on. I've seen this later. See, put this together later. So I think in here, I'm starting to figure out it's about the cartilage too, that this is a part of the foot as well. Okay. And so then you see my cartilages starting to get bigger. Well, wait a minute. This is 2017. Still kind of funky. Here, we're getting a little bigger. See? Here, and now this is closer to current, but not the most current. So, and there were times when this is just totally flat like this, which I don't have a picture of, but just like your horse, okay? And now, let me see, can find a current picture. It just takes some time, but you're ahead of the game in that I and some others here, we have gone through this. So we know it's available to fix, you know, I mean, the hard part is the learning curve on the trimming, getting that refined, you know, things like that. That's sometimes the hardest part, but you will.
So one question for you: how much bar or how conservative should I be with the bar? Like, if one was to completely trim out a bar, what would happen to the foot?
Not much.
Like if you went to nothing, the bars really don't do sweet anything?
Well, they do when they're correct, but when they're not correct, pretty much they just bind your foot and hold it where it's at.
Okay.
You know, they're distorted, deformed, growing from the wrong position, everything like that. And so then what they do is, whereas they would have stabilized, they help to be a part of the stabilization process when the foot is right. And all through the stages of it being deformed and distorted, you know, they're deformed and distorted bars. And so they will bind and hold your foot right where it's at if you don't get unconservative.
Okay.
That is one thing that happened when I changed the mapping, which wound up taking out more bar. My feet started doing a lot better. See, and for a long time, I trimmed according to the distortion of the bar. I just followed it. And then I came to this place where I found that I trimmed according to the distortion. I wonder if I can find that picture. Just a second here.
And many times the bars crack at the connection with the heels.
Yeah, here, I'll show you a pic. I found that right away. Just see. New share. Okay. So let me see. When was this? Just a second here. Okay, this was in 2017. So this is a back foot, you know, like yours. And so I'd been trimming this bar. Let me get up here. I'd been trimming this bar and semi-trimming the frog. Hadn't really gotten as aggressive with frogs as we are now. And let me move this. So I decided, this is when I added mapping the frog, which I always forget to tell you about that. You need to map your frog. Okay. I forget about it because my frogs are good right now. Otherwise I'd have remembered. But here is where I decided it might be a good idea to map the frog. And so I mapped the frog and I trimmed it over. Okay. And when I did, you know what I found? My bar is completely broken off underneath there. See that? Well,
yeah,
now what do you do?
To me too.
Yeah. So see, look, see how the frog is? How it's grown over sideways along with the foot being flared over. Okay. So then I trimmed that over and oh, surprise, surprise, the bar's broken off. Look at that crack. I mean, what do you do? What do you do? Right. And so I just thought, okay, well, I'm just going to remove it. And so I just took it out. Now you got to know that when a lot of times bars are like that, you're going to find very thin sole in the heel platform here as well. This is pushed over out of the way anyway. I'm surprised I didn't get an abscess there. So I just took the bar off. Okay, so this is later. When is this? 410, 17. When was the other one? Oh, well, that says 410. So that's probably when I did this collage and put it together. But this would have had to be a while later after this trim that I did. Now you can see the color. Whenever you see these colors on a foot, this brown, weird color, you know stuff is moving and changing. I have seen this as a consistent pattern in feet.
It is not blood.
Well, I don't know what it is.
This brown, no, I'm saying that when you treat bars, they don't bleed. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no.
Yes, just explain that because everybody will think that they bleed.
Oh, no. No, look here.
No,
you can see it didn't bleed. See there? So the bar was cracked off. You cleared it here. What do? You're supposed to leave it there? I mean, look at this bar. It's healthy. It's got a living white line and everything like that. But that bar was cracked off, clear down into here.
Hey, Linda.
Yeah?
If it was cracked off, that would be the same as like scoring it, right?
Yeah.
How did it keep growing? I'm curious as how it kept growing out towards the sidewall if it were cracked like that.
Well, it was just kind of laid there. And I don't think I was taken off very much, like if ever.
Okay.
You know, I was just kind of following it. You know, and you could have it cracked off like that with part of a layer still being attached and alive.
And still grown out, right?
Yeah, because it's got like 4 layers.
Yeah.
You know, And so, yeah, so I just kind of skimmed it off the side wall there. And then this is sometime later, maybe a week, 2, I'm not sure. Obviously, I had long enough for the frog to grow and everything. Okay. So, okay. So I tell you what happened. I come out and it seemed like for several months, I had no bar and I was kind of worried. I thought, is it ever going to grow back? You know? And then I come out one day and I had that, you know, a semblance of a splashed bar growing. So I was happy. So, so then I started realizing you could remove a bar and it was actually beneficial in some cases. Now, here's something to notice. Let's go back here. Look how wide the foot is there. See it? Okay, let's fast forward. Look at it now. What happened? Wide. Less wide. And less wider.
The bar quit pushing it out.
Yeah. Yeah, that was my theory at the time. That these laid over bars, well, not only, well, as the foot is being pushed out, it's being pulled out, but then it winds up keeping it out there and pushing it out at the same time. So it's like catch-22 on both ends, you know. And so anyway, so that was really great. I came out and there was bar. Hallelujah. I was all happy, taking lots of pictures of it. Look at that. You know. So you can see that my bulbs are under the foot here, like on your horse, right? See how his bulbs are pulled under?
Yep.
Anyway, so there you go on that. And now, let's see, I'll show you what his foot looks now. Like now. God, I got a fly after me. Let's see.
So Linda, today, if you saw that bar that had grown out, would you take it back down to where it's cracked again?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, and not only that, but since that worked on that foot, I've done that. Well, one time I did that on a front foot too, because I had very asymmetrical feet like that, real wide on the lateral side, narrow on the inside. And so on one of my front feet, because it had a bar that was really laid over like that, I just went ahead and took that bar off. See, you're not taking anything down to blood.
Yeah, it's
okay?
not, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just removing the outer layers. And it helped that foot, it helped that asymmetry, that wide side come in that time as well. Okay, so I gotta find that foot here, which I took pictures of.
I did it that. Sorry.
Oh.
I did it that too, and I took a bar off because there was a crack, a vertical crack.
Okay.
So
yeah.
nothing happened. Then regrow to the correct point, and everything was fine.
Yeah, see, so other people have done it too. Okay, so here you go. Do share. Okay, so this is again is the inside medial. Okay, of that same foot. And I think it's the same foot. Yeah, pretty sure we're coming up on it here. Wait a minute. So this is current. Now I'm wanting this area right here to eventually be clear up here. And see, the bulbs are still kind of underneath there. They have to come up here. All this has to move up behind the foot yet. Okay, this is his lateral view of that same foot. Okay,
And
this
so
might be
correct
the
me
other
if
foot. This is the other foot, but it's it's the foot we were first looking at. The one without the bar is actually the other foot. Okay, but since we have the bottom of this foot, we can kind of look at it there. Let me go find the other foot. Let's go back. The one that without the bar. Okay, here it is. Okay, so I still have a problem with this on this foot, but the bar is very straight. See? So, but the frog looks good. See, I'm getting a good frog. Now, my back feet are behind as in order of repair of my front feet. Because of how I trimmed the frogs and did not trim the frogs enough for the feet to expand and change. That started with the front feet. So anyway, this is that foot that I took that bar off of. And this is, it hasn't been trimmed for probably 4 or 5 weeks.
So Linda, for the back part of that foot to raise up, your toe angle is going to have to be steeper, right?
Well, see, something I've been doing too is I take a little more off the toe and less off the heel, always. To try and get a little more steepness, just a little, to kind of help it. So see, obviously my feet are not perfect. But compared to where they were and what I had to go through, now here again, you see how the heels are curled in? Okay, but all this has to come out. All this has to come out and widen up for them heels to come uncurled. And this side here used to be way out here like this.
And that's what I feel like too in my feet, is that like my frog is all messed up and I need like my frog stay and stuff to come in, but it's not. It's like on holidays.
Well, no, see, your whole frog needs to move. And so you have to thin down that, you just have to, it's probably covered with periopal as well, because it almost couldn't not be, because that is part of the way the horse survives, is that when these heels are being pulled in like this periopal that grows up is only supposed to grow up behind here, gets pulled under the foot, and it can start growing over the whole frog. And it's meant to help the horse survive, to keep the hoof capsule on, because this periopal connects the foot to the leg and to the capsule. And so this periopal will grow over the whole frog in order to keep the capsule on the foot. It will grow over the whole central sulcus and take the place of the true frog stay.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened. And now since I got a little bit more ballsy and took more of my frog down on my last, he's now more sore. Like I was starting to be like, oh my God, he's like 85 or 90% sound. And now in this last bit, I don't know what I did, or if it's just the movement of his feet changing, that he looks a bit more ouchy, or if I totally screwed up.
You know, if you were, you know, living in China and you were foot bound, and then they started trying to correct it, would you go through a little bit of soreness?
Yeah, exactly.
As that was undone. Now, I do not believe horses have to be sore or anything like that. Okay. But I also see that in some cases, it almost is going to be the case, but never should be a case where, the horse is sore for weeks and months, and you know, because you'd see that in barefoot trimming, you know.
Yeah, and he's not crocked, but he's like, he was a bit more sound, and now he's just a tad bit ouchy. But I'm still quite conservative, but I don't know if it's just the changing or
Yeah,
is there a way that I can piss it off enough that then, you know, he'll go almost laminitic and that's where I'm a little bit afraid to use water
Yeah.
with him right now.
Okay. Well, you know,
I don't know.
yeah, you should only go as far as you feel confident. You know, you have to build your confidence and build your knowledge and stuff. You don't want to, you know, overdo it. Better to underdo it than overdo it. You know, you'll develop more confidence and more knowledge. You know, see, you're in a hard place because you're having to learn because you have no recourse. You know, you know, except for failure, a failure. A failure coming to nail on shoes. Okay, so that was a Freudian slip. Okay, sorry, farriers, but your profession, the traditions of your profession have taught you error, and it's led to the failure of many horses that they've also been taught to blame on somebody else or on another excuse or to justify for this or that because that's what your teachers have told you, you know. So anyway, okay. Jackie, did you leave or are you here? Is she here? Can anybody see her? Did she get mad at me and leave?
I think she's gone.
Okay. Okay, well, we did explain more about how to grow heels, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so she'll have to watch this in order to find out. I'll show you this real quick. Real interesting here. Okay, where's the share? So Brandy, has this helped you some? Anyway. Let's see. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, Brandy, are you there?
Yes, I'm just trying to get my barking dogs from not eating a squirrel. Come on, let's go.
Okay. Okay, so did that help you some
yes,
to
you
start?
were wonderful.
Okay, because what we're trying to do here is just really understand, and we don't have all the understanding we need yet for everything. And sometimes things are come a little slow, gotta study things. You know, we don't want to, like, I don't want to just always jump in and say, yeah, do this, that, and the other thing. Because sometimes I need to set on a foot for a while and kind of look at it and think about it and remember things because, man, these feet have multiple versions of the same thing, like multiple false versions. Like there used to be a show on TV called To Tell the Truth or What's My Line. Well, they're both kind of the same. What's my line? Will the real so-and-so please stand up? You know, and they'd have three people and they say, you know, George Farley is a rocket scientist and he designed a rocket that goes to the moon. And then give a whole story about him. And then they'd have three guys and they'd all say, I am George Farley. I am George Farley. I am George Farley. And then they sit down and then the panel was supposed to ask them questions and then vote on who they thought the real George Farley was. Who is the real rocket scientist here? Well, this is the foot of the horse. There is a false version for everything on that foot. You know, so will the real heel please stand up? Will the real bar please stand up? Will the real frog stay please stand up? See what I mean?
If it was only that easy.
Yeah, I wish.
And the problem with that whole thing is that the real thing is standing up at that point in time.
Well,
right? Because it has to be there based on what the foot is doing right there. That doesn't mean it can't change, but that is at that moment in time you're looking at it, the real whatever.
Well,
it's masquerading.
Yes, it's masquerading as the real thing in order for the horse to survive. You know, like when the periopal grows over the whole frog, or fills up the frog stay area, the central sulcus, things like that. It was so common that they thought it was part of the true anatomy and drew it as such. See, but Bracy Clark later, even after he published a book with the picture of that in it, later in his later works, he discovered that was not true. And they called it the frog band. And they thought it was part of the true anatomy. See, I've shown that picture before. Okay. Oh, did I just show this picture? Just a second. Wait a minute. I'll show that deal another time. Let me just share here. Okay, so this is, I thought this was looking pretty promising. You know, see how, remember the V? Okay, and how the V gets pulled clear down under here? Well, now it's slowly getting up there. And ideally, we want this V to be clear up here. And then that would mean that this whole thing was full of frog. Right there, full of frog, and then we grow frog here. But your frog does not have to have frog contact because this is designed to spread apart and to descend down to the ground like that.
Linda, have you ever seen an actually correct back of the foot like you're describing? Because I have not.
Yeah.
How about on Chester?
On Chester.
Okay.
And on well, on that wild horse example of what's his name?
Grammy?
Yeah, that guy.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to hunt up some pictures of Chester and print them out and put them in my head permanently.
Well,
I have too many bad examples in there.
oh yeah, I know what you mean. Well, anyway,
Linda.
Yeah.
Can we have a look at the pictures that I sent you? Because that horse I trimmed, when I looked at her frogs, I mean, they were quite anatomically correct shape, but the central sulcus was like a huge hole.
Okay.
And it wasn't like, it was no fungus, no nothing. It was clean. It was worn out because she moves a lot.
Okay.
But it was like really, really, really deep.
Okay.
And I was just wondering, is this correct? Or
I'm gonna go there. Just a second here. Oh, okay.
And on all 4 feet.
Oh, wow.
So
Look at
she
that.
has
I mean,
very similar.
Yeah.
Very similar. Like the frogs on all 4 feet were like, they were like really sandpaper. No, like they were really like trimmed.
Uh-huh. That's interesting.
And I just had to clean the rough bits, basically.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm closing
Yeah,
out
I'll
more
just send you
windows
one
here.
foot before the trim, just to have an idea.
I just have to close out more windows, or it won't let me do this.
And I actually, maybe it's better to go to the chat, to the Facebook, because I posted the comparisons before and after trim of 1 foot, or maybe I just can send them to you.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Because then it's easier. Yeah, just do
Okay,
it
so this
correctly.
is your before trim, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you see she has really deep central sulcus.
Yeah. Well, and look at this one. See, I like this here. You can see how that triangle is up behind the foot. Let's see, I'm going to enlarge
That's why I
this.
sent it to you.
Yeah, yeah, that's great. Okay, does everybody see that? See, it's vertical. It's not totally pulled underneath the foot. Now, she's got a little bit of curving in there, you know, to where if probably if you trimmed up this frog and it moved, it would pull clear back behind her foot. Now, I want to show you something here. Hold on, because I'm going to show you what the true frog is supposed to be like and the frog stay, because you're asking about that. Let's see. Oh, I'm in the wrong deal. Just a second. Second here. Okay. Okay. Here you see where the back of the frog is. Okay. If we were to look at the side view of this cut in half, this foot, you'll see the frog stands clear up here. Okay, so this frog goes clear up in here, back here, and that part is vertical. Then the other part is horizontal. Okay, so you see how how much, look at the bulbs. You don't see them curved in like this. See, this is full back here. You won't see the bulbs all curved in there. And so this is an example of what they're supposed to be like. This horse was only 3 years old when it got killed. And so hadn't totally worn its heels out yet, which it may have in its older years. Okay, but here you see full extension of the bulbs and how the frog is back behind the heels. See, so what we're doing is we're changing the anatomy so it all pulls back up where it's supposed to. And so that these bulbs that have curled in like that they come uncurled like so, and all this, that it'll pull this frog all back like that and totally support the back of the foot. Let's see. Let's see if I can find the side view. Oh, that's relatives. Okay, so here, same deal. Okay, see the frog in the back of the foot here? Look at these are front feet here. These are the back feet. Look at the frog. Now it's contracted a little because it's dried out and dead. All right. This would have been totally wide and full support from the frog. That's how a frog should look. Just a minute, see if I can find. That's not how a foot should look. Bad poster hoof. Yeah, look at this guy. Look at his feet. They'd say, well, he's club-footed. Not necessarily. He's a combination draft breed. And that would give that horse tremendous pulling power, pushing off. See? I don't consider that as bad. I think we see this angle and we automatically think, okay, so look at this wild horse here. There, see the frog? If we were to slice the foot in half, looking up behind, okay, do you see how much frog is up there? Clear up between the bulbs, the V that I was showing you, that's the V. That's where the frog stay should be. Clear up here. Okay, here's your poster hoof. Look, no frog, no sole, deformed coffin bone. And this is a rear foot. So not only did they screw us over by making this the poster foot, they did it double in that if they would have used the front foot on this horse, the front foot, you could really tell the heels were run forward. But on the back foot, it had the ideal look. So it became the poster hoof. So now that's double bad because you have everybody trying to trim their front feet to looking like back feet. Isn't that just special? That's why we don't like you, Linda, because you say things like that. And we've got to be best friends with everybody. Okay, so here's the poster hoof. This does not look like that foot at all. And so this gal here, she went to the big guy himself and she spent lots of money getting personal evaluation and everything, and then going to a clinic just so she could trim her horse like that to never be sound. And then she started growing heels on the horse and the horse went sound. Now look at that. See how you can trim a horse into that? A front foot looking like a back foot. So let's see. Okay, there's that one dead wild horse. Guess she didn't read so-and-so's book that she's only supposed to have 1 centimeter a heel. You know, all wild horses, like I wouldn't want that foot on my horse. I don't care if it is a wild horse foot. Look at there, it wore its heels out and pulled its bulbs down under. Okay, just because it's a wild horse foot doesn't mean it's going to be a good foot. They get overuse, overwear. This horse could have been sore-footed as all get out because of that frog, because that no moisture. And so this could have easily, like a callus that dries out and then it splits and it cuts right up into your flesh. That could easily happen. Okay, this is the foot we wanted to look at. Look at the frog up between the bulbs. There you go. Okay, so that's that V way up there, way up there. So let's see. Okay, so that's this. See, this frog. I mean, have you palpated her to see if you can feel that frog stay up there? Don't wait. Am I doing it right?
It's hard.
Elena.
It's hard.
Yeah, it was hard. I always just put between my fingers, kind of.
Okay, so yeah, she's got some hoof distortion, and rightly she should, but she's got a wonderful foot at the same time. A foot she was never touched, right?
No. She was trimmed. The thing is, you know, I think what they do, the guy who trims them, she was trimmed in the fall, beginning of autumn.
Oh, okay.
So her, they really, because they don't understand the sole at the toe, they ignore it, and that's why they develop really long toe. And you can see that there are separations at the toe.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah,
I mean, you couldn't.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so the leverage is pulling the foot forward, but
Yes.
still, you know,
But
oops,
they
where we
held
at?
it quite well.
Let's see, new share.
I mean, considering everything.
Yeah.
Hey, Linda,
Yeah.
can you go back to that wild foot picture, the sagittal view? I was looking at the coffin bone. Well, I don't know that it was cut in half, but I was looking at the coffin bone angle inside that hoof
Yeah,
capsule.
that's interesting. Good observation there. What do you notice about that?
Well, it definitely isn't steep, is it?
Definitely isn't ground parallel either, is it?
No, I mean, but the angle isn't what we're expected to see, is it?
Yeah, no, because it's the correct angle.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? So much for them and their ground parallel coffin bone. Their very own specimens disprove their own teachings. See?
That's a very interesting view.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. Look at that. Positive Palmer angle. There. Big, thick frog. Nothing like what Mr. You-know-who teaches. So.
How interesting.
Yeah, this wild horse didn't get
And look
the
at the
memo.
depth of the sole in the toe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
look at that.
underneath the coffin bone. Look at that.
Yep. Yep. That's something in it. So you have the bowl of the sole there, but there's your convex sole ridge right there. See?
Right.
And right here's where it goes concave. Okay. But together, look what they form. Look at the support they form.
Well, and also fascinating that the point of the frog there rises up into the concavity of the coffin bone.
Yeah. Right.
That's
here.
really, I've never seen a picture like that before. That's another one I need to put in my head and keep there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll send you a copy of that.
Bless you. That's awesome.
Yeah, this is a fantastic example of an American wild horse. See, that had good feet before they wore them out. And a lot of them do have good feet. But just
well,
like
we haven't
anything,
exactly left them to live on the best place for them, you know.
yeah.
You know?
Let's see here. Where am I? Okay, let's go back to this. Okay, so
Thank you.
you're welcome. Hey, you did a good job there. That looks nice. Excellent job. Yeah, see the V. Now the only reason, okay, she's a little. How much frog did you take off? Any?
Nothing, correct. There was nothing to take.
Yeah,
I just took the pocket and the hanging bits and stuff.
So see, in the right situation, it wouldn't take much to get this foot alive and vibrant. You know, it's a good foot. Ideally, probably should have a little better frog health, but it's still a great foot. You know.
But nobody ever cleans them, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody ever cleaned them. And really not ground where they can wear the frog off, right?
Well, they can wear the frog off. That's why I think she didn't have any.
Oh,
That's
okay.
Surprised that it's so like there was nothing actually to take off, and it like the central sulcus was more like very wide and like a hole. Like you see. It's really deep and big, and I just could put my thumb in it.
Huh, okay. I'm gonna.
And it was all on all 4 feet like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that looks good to me. Because you know how we were talking also too about these. Okay, so you got that triangle in back, but then you got these little deals here.
Uh-huh.
See? Look how far back there. Look at the white. It's way back here. It's not like down under the foot, you know, and you can see it right here too. It only goes to here. See it? So
I mean, the foot is not trimmed, but there are lots of interesting things you can attribute to a healthy hoof.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I can see it.
Structurally.
Yeah, I think it's great. Yeah. You got to see the anatomically correct aspects of this foot.
Some
you
of
know?
them, yeah.
That's
So
good.
I
That's
will-
awesome.
So I'll go in August and I will prepare another set of pictures and I will share.
Okay, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you for looking at it, Linda.
Oh,
Thanks.
hey, thanks for sharing. Okay. Well, I think that's it for today. People. Are you there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I am.
But
Oh,
it's
yeah.
only 4:20, Linda.
It's
It's still light outside.
It's still light outside.
It's not supper time yet.
Oh, hey.
Very much.
Okay, so make sure and be here next week for the big reveal.
Hey, can I ask you a question before you sign off?
Sure.
Yesterday that you posted to my post that you would call me in the evening,
Uh-huh.
and I didn't see it until like 9:30 or something. I was just wondering if you had said or mentioned or whatever, anything that you wanted to tell me in that call that I missed. I was wondering why you wanted to call me.
No, I just wanted to share some of the stuff I shared today about my pony.
Okay, great.
See, sometimes I feel under pressure to be perfect, and I wanted people to know I'm not perfect. And my pony, I've had problems with her, or she's had problems with me, not knowing and understanding and things like that. But I have kept her comfortable. I've kept her alive, and she has taught us so many things. I'm so grateful. But I just want people to know that, hey, I'm in the same boat y'all are. That's why we're here.
Well, I had this conversation with my husband a couple of weeks ago. We adopted this pony, right, from a miserable situation, and I simply refused to put a grazing muzzle on her and lock her in her stall.
Yeah.
Because I know it took her a year to trust me, right? And now she'll stand there while I do virtually anything to her. So we have basically consciously made the decision that, if her feet fall through to the ground, at least when they do it, she's going to be living as naturally as she can.
Yeah, good.
And I know there'll be a lot of people who think that I'm crazy, right? Like, that I should be locking her up and making sure I'm starving her and all of this stuff. But I can't do that because of my understanding of the brain-gut connection and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So I can't, and she's happy out there. If she's laying down, at least she's not eating, is the way I'm looking at it. But I'm not convinced that what they say is the cause of laminitis is the cause of laminitis.
Oh, I know it's not.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Also,
I'm making that conscious decision. So I just want you to understand that I understand your angst about, what to do with your pony. I mean, we're all in the same boat. We can only do and live with ourselves the way we understand the world, right?
Yeah. Oh, thank you. And see, I want people to be able to have the confidence to be able to share what they're going through, not to feel judged or condemned or, like a failure. Believing me, I have felt like a failure many times, but this is the way I look at it. I did this. Okay. Well, technically, these barefoot teachers did it because they taught me this. Okay. And so it's my responsibility to try and fix. I can't just shove it off by saying, oh, well, we'll just put her to sleep or something like that, because she's just a pasture pet. I have to try and fix it. Now, if it was a case where her feet were falling off and she was laying down and getting sores and all that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, all right. Definitely, maybe, but it's never been like that. It's never, ever been like that. So I'm not going to give up. And what's more, I know she's going to teach us how to fix this, and it's going to benefit countless horses in the
Absolutely.
future.
Absolutely. So you were comfortable with what you could live with what I did as far as the trim of that foot and the casting of that foot? Did you have any advice for me moving forward?
Well, I was just going to say that here in a couple weeks, we're going to know how well this is going to work.
Right.
Okay. The only thing is, getting the initial uncontraction of the foot is good. Continuing on to establish it, that's where we want to go. And so I was just going to talk to you about that, tell you some of the things that I was doing, and that if it worked for me, it would be something that you could try, and I would help you understand what you need to trim off, how to boot and make a boot to support the foot, to see if your pony will do the same thing and the foot can come uncontracted, therefore unrotated. You're really unrotating. You're really reversing the process of what causes rotation.
Well, when I pulled the cast off, I was really sort of floored by how sort of it actually did unrotate a little.
Oh, good.
Like, I was amazed at the difference in the front part of the foot, but not the hoof, like the cartilages above. So I really didn't hesitate to put the cast back on. I know there's this fine line between keeping the bones where they are in the foot and then binding the foot. So I make a real conscious effort I don't wet my casting material before I put it on. So it doesn't stretch as much. It's very loose when I wrap it. So I wasn't really concerned about binding it with that second cast, but I am keeping the heel bulbs and everything, and the coronary band lubricated with a salve that I made out of coconut oil, beeswax, and lavender oil.
Well, good. Okay.
And that seems to be doing a good job, just keeping everything soft. So the hoof itself, the bottom of the hoof can't really expand, at least the top isn't being bound. And I don't know if that makes any sense to you or not.
The bottom can't expand, but
the cast is sort of holding the cast is holding the hoof wall in place. But the heel bulbs, the heel bulbs are free to move, and the coronary band is free to move. Just that capsule itself is essentially stuck, which I was comfortable with because I didn't want the coffin bone to move too quickly. But see, I have no experience with laminitic feet really, so I don't know whether I'm making the right decisions or not.
Oh, I know what you mean.
So it's like,
it's really, it's all mechanical, on a living object, so more stuff to learn, but hey, we've come a long ways in all of this, and I'm sure that we will continue on, and it'll be long after all of us are dead that it catches on. Okay.
And it's really nice to have company in the meantime, so thank you very much, everyone.
It was like hand washing. That guy died in an insane asylum. All right. But hand washing did catch on, thank God.
I know.
We're all born or didn't die of childbed fever.
There you go. All right, thank you very much.
Hey, everybody, have a great week. See you at the big reveal.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the
Bring
big
your
reveal.
own champagne.
All right.
Thank you, Linda.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
you guys are great. Bye for now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye,
everybody.
Thank you. Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, God. All from Texas. All right. Who's calling? Hello? Oh. Oh, wow. What a nice surprise. Wow, you quit that company? How come? Were they jerks? You find a better job?
No, I had a better opportunity to like do things on my own.
Good.
I have, yeah. So I'm just starting my own company.
What kind of company? What kind of company?
Same thing. We do
Really?
everything digital from local
get paid But I, it's, physical work. So kind of like you, it's like let it all go, and stuff. Just do
One.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Who are you talking to?
Is this Linda?
Yeah, how are we talking?
Oh, you're still recording.
This is so weird.
Okay.
Just a minute. Let me turn off the steel. I'm like, hello? Just a minute.
It's still going.
Hello?
There's a delay.
What?
There's a delay, so I can't tell if it's still on.
Well, that's weird. How'd we wind up talking to each other?
Because I joined the Zoom meeting.
I thought I shut the Zoom meeting off.
Well, I know it must not have worked.
Oh, it's still going. Crap. Oh my God, the whole YouTube's been going the whole time. Hope I didn't say anything bad.
No. It's fine. I just wanted to let you know it was still running.
Oh, thank you.
And I love you.
I love you too. I'm hearing this. Hello. Hello. Yeah, hope I didn't say anything bad. I do by myself on occasion like that. Okay. That's why I see something takes me off, and then which is every day. Okay.
Well, you know,
I'm working on.
Okay. All righty.